Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're talking about the human body, right, Marco?
That's right. Today we are going to take a look at very specific vocabulary words related to your body, what's inside your body. So let's just jump right into this dialogue. Let's listen to this anatomy class.
Okay, class, so today we're going to continue with our anatomy class. Today we will review everything we have learned. Can anyone tell me what the first major organ is?
The brain.
That's right, the brain. It serves as a control center for the body, handling the processes of the central nervous system as well as cognition. Then what major organ is in our chest?
The heart.
Very good. It pumps blood throughout the body using the circulatory system such as blood vessels and veins. Now, let's not forget that our lungs provide oxygen to our heart and body to keep us alive. Now, what about the organs that help us digest food?
The stomach and intestines.
Very good. Let's not forget that the stomach is the one that breaks down our food and our intestines process the food and then expel the waste. Are we forgetting anything?
Yeah. Our kidneys, liver, and bladder.
Oh yes, you are right. Very important organs indeed.
So, what do these organs do, teacher?
Well, they... Time for a break. We can talk about it when you get back.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at some vocab on language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So the first word we have today is anatomy. We've heard this already. This is the study of the body, right?
That's right. So maybe in high school you took an anatomy class. You studied the bodies maybe of animals, for example.
That's right. But if we're talking about human beings, we would call it human anatomy. And we would study the things like your organs, your bones, all the things that make up your body.
That's right, and that's our next word. We're talking about our body organs.
Now, this is important. Where are these located, Marco? Inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside the body. So the body has many different organs, and we learned all about these in today's dialogue, but an organ is basically a part.
A part of your body.
But it has a special function, or many functions.
Yeah, that's right. So, for example, we talked about the heart. We all know what the heart is, and it's one of our main organs that pumps blood through our body.
That's right. And so some of these organs have to do with processing food. Some have to do with blood. But there's also an interesting system that we heard about called the central nervous system.
That's right. And this is very closely related to the brain. And so basically the nervous system is in charge of all the things that you feel in your body.
That's right. So you feel through what are called nerves, and the central nervous system is actually a system that connects all these things together and then connects it to the brain. So think of a system as being comprised of many different parts, not just one nerve.
That's right. So we're talking about, for example, your skin is part of the nervous system, your eyes, what you see, and all this gets fed into the brain and it processes it, and that's what basically the nervous system is all about.
That's right. And the brain is also important for other things. We heard about this noun, cognition.
Yeah, the teacher said that cognition was one of the other things that the brain helped us with. So what exactly is cognition? Cognition
is the ability to think. All right. So humans have cognition. That means we have brains, and our brains allow us to think and even talk and write music and things like that. But for example, a rock does not have cognition.
Right.
A plant would not have cognition either, because they don't have this special organ, the brain, that allows them to think.
Right. So it's a noun, right? You're saying that we have cognition because we have brains.
That's right. You have it.
Okay. So those are the 4 words that we're going to take a look at to introduce the lesson. Why don't we move on now to more specific vocab? Let's take a look at some of the main organs that we discussed in this dialogue on Language Takeaway Part 2.
Okay, class, so today we're going to continue with our anatomy class. Today we will review everything we have learned. Can anyone tell me what the first major organ is?
The brain.
That's right, the brain. It serves as a control center for the body, handling the processes of the central nervous system as well as cognition. Then what major organ is in our chest?
The heart.
Very good. It pumps blood throughout the body using the circulatory system such as blood vessels and veins. Now, let's not forget that our lungs provide oxygen to our heart and body to keep us alive. Now, what about the organs that help us digest food?
The stomach and intestines.
Very good. Let's not forget that the stomach is the one that breaks down our food, and our intestines process the food and then expel the waste. Are we forgetting anything?
Yeah, our kidneys, liver, and bladder.
Oh yes, you are right. Very important organs indeed.
So, what do these organs do, teacher?
Well, they... Time for a break. We can talk about it when you get back.
So we're moving down the body. We had the brain and we mentioned the stomach. We had the brain and then the heart, of course, which pumps blood like you say, Marco. But the next item, the next organ is the stomach.
That's right. So we get to the stomach and the intestines, which are very closely bound together. So what does the stomach do first?
First of all, when you eat food, the food is sent to your stomach, where your stomach breaks it down and decides what parts to keep and what parts to save, right?
Right. And the interesting thing is that in our stomachs, we have what we call acid.
Yeah, so these acids break down those foods because it all gets mixed together in there, and your body has to determine what exactly you've been eating.
Right, exactly. So after the stomach breaks things down, it goes through the intestines, and also the intestines are very important, and they're very long, but they're all wound up inside our stomach.
That's right. They kind of look like a lot of S's because they're all coiled up inside of us, and they're indeed quite long. But the intestines are also very, very important because they're actually what the waste or the parts of food that our bodies don't need, it's what they travel through to get out of our systems.
That's right. So actually, the intestines will absorb part of the proteins and the vitamins and everything that we need. And at the same time, they will also act as little tunnels that will transport the waste, the things that we don't need to have inside our body to later be able to digest.
That's right. So the stomach and the intestines, those have to do with the way that we eat, process, and dispose of food. But now we have the kidneys. Okay, so people have 2 kidneys, right?
Yeah, that's right. People have 2 kidneys, and actually you can continue living with just 1 kidney, right?
That's right. They're kind of shaped like a C almost. In fact, we have something called a kidney bean in English, which is a red bean, and it looks just like a kidney.
Okay. And well, what do the kidneys do?
The kidneys, from what I understand, basically clean your blood. So, there's lots of things in your system, in your body, especially from the things that you eat and maybe the chemicals that you're exposed to. And we need our kidneys, or at least the 1 kidney, to clean our blood and to make sure our blood is what it's supposed to be. And in fact, when the kidneys aren't working properly, it's very, very serious. And we call this kidney failure, right? So when you're watching a TV show about doctors, maybe you say, oh, he's gone into kidney failure. Right. It's a big deal. Very big problem.
All right, so this is what our kidneys do, a very important part of our bodies, obviously. And, well, as you said, they act as filters. But near the kidneys, we also have the liver.
That's right. Liver is actually, for some people, a delicious food. Not human liver, but animal liver. But in humans, we also have this organ, right? And it's also closely related to people who have drinking problems. They have bad livers.
And why is that?
I think it has to do a little bit with what the liver does. It does many different things, but alcohol, I think, harms your liver, makes it weaker. And the liver is important because it helps to generate hormones, but it also helps us process chemicals in our body.
Right. Yeah, so this is really important. Actually, the why the liver is so important is because it does so much. And, well, we only got 1 of them, so we can't really live without it, right?
That's right. So the liver is a very important thing. And actually, many people now have gone through liver transplants. That means that their liver stops working, so they receive the liver of another person.
Right.
Yeah, so you might hear that as well on TV.
And the last organ that we took a look at here is the bladder, which is also very important, goes hand in hand with the kidneys.
It does. So the bladder, you might hear someone say, I have a bad bladder. That means that I often have to use the bathroom to go urinate. Now, the bladder is where liquids and also some kinds of chemicals in our bodies that we get from the food that we eat are kept until we dispose of them.
Right, exactly.
All right, so
actually when your bladder is full, because it gets full of liquid or urine, that's when you have to go to the bathroom.
That's right. And so pregnant women often have weaker bladders. They feel pressure on the bladder, so it hurts, and doesn't hurt. It pushes down the bladder. The baby does. So they often have to pee very often,
Okay.
unlike people who are not pregnant.
Okay, very, very interesting. And actually, some people say that, I have a small bladder, and that's why they go to the bathroom all the time, more often than others. Now, why don't we take a look at our dialogue for the last time, and we'll be back in a bit to talk a little bit more.
Okay, class, so today we're going to continue with our anatomy class. Today we will review everything we have learned. Can anyone tell me what the first major organ is?
The brain.
That's right, the brain. It serves as a control center for the body, handling the processes of the central nervous system as well as cognition. Then what major organ is in our chest?
The heart.
Very good. It pumps blood throughout the body using the circulatory system such as blood vessels and veins. Now, let's not forget that our lungs provide oxygen to our heart and body to keep us alive. Now, what about the organs that help us digest food?
The stomach and intestines.
Very good. Let's not forget that the stomach is the one that breaks down our food and our intestines process the food and then expel the waste. Are we forgetting anything?
Yeah. Our kidneys, liver, and bladder.
Oh yes, you are right. Very important organs indeed.
So, what do these organs do, teacher?
Well, they... Time for a break. We can talk about it when you get back.
All right, so you mentioned that actually some people get liver transplants. So out of all these organs, we could also have a kidney transplant, right? You can donate your kidneys.
You can. So obviously you can't have any kidney. You actually have to have a match, someone who is the right type. But oftentimes they do perform these surgeries with a kidney transplant or a liver transplant.
Now, what about a heart transplant?
I believe they've done tests of heart transplants, and they've done a few successful ones. Sometimes they use pieces of cow or pig hearts because they have very similar genetic makeups to human beings, so they can use little pieces like valves. But I really don't know. I don't think they're as common as liver or kidney.
That's right. And actually these organs, they're, we don't really pay too much attention to them, but they're so very delicate and they do so many things that actually once you only begin having some problems with them, that's when you realize how important they are.
That's right. So it's really important to understand a little bit about how they work and also how to take care of them, because obviously if you're having liver problems, you should stop drinking so much that there are some things that you can do to help protect yourself.
And one that we didn't mention is actually the biggest organ that they talk about is the skin.
The skin is a big organ. Also the lungs we didn't mention.
Yes, the lungs.
The lungs help us breathe. But the skin is one of the largest parts of our body.
Yeah, I didn't really know that. I didn't realize that. I wasn't very good at anatomy or biology. I wasn't really into it much. But I didn't realize that the skin is actually an organ, just like, the heart, the lungs, everything.
Interesting. I hadn't thought about that. It's maybe because I feel so comfortable in it. I get to see it every day.
Yeah, and it's alive. It actually breathes. We're changing skin all the time. So it's very interesting. So a very medical related topic, but very interesting as well because, we didn't touch so many other parts of the body. For example, bones. There are so many names of the different bones.
That's right. And your tongue and your teeth and your eyes, all these different pieces and parts. So definitely more stuff that we could talk about next time. But for now, we hope that you've learned something. If you have questions or comments, as always, you can come to our website, englishpod.com, and let us know.
All right, guys. We'll see you there.
Bye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
The trunk of the body from the neck to the abdomen. Anatomy. A grouping of tissues into a distinct structure, for example the heart. Organ. An organ enclosed in the skull that controls and coordinates the body. Brain. The ability to direct the actions of something. Control. A planned series of steps or actions that leads to something. Process. The front of the body from neck to the waist. Chest. An organ in the chest that pumps blood. Heart. To supply, to circulate. Pump. The fluid that circulates in the body. Blood. Body part that inflates with air and allows breathing. Lung. A gas that we breathe in order to live. Oxygen. To swallow and to solve something. Digest. The organ people use to digest food. Stomach. To release something. Expel. The organ used to produce blood. Liver.
Let's try that faster.
An organ enclosed in the skull that controls and coordinates the body. Brain. A grouping of tissues into a distinct structure, for example the heart. Organ. To supply, to circulate. Pump. The front of the body from neck to the waist. Chest. A gas that we breathe in order to live. Oxygen. The ability to direct the actions of something. Control. An organ in the chest that pumps blood. Heart. Body part that inflates with air and allows breathing. Lung. To swallow and to solve something. Digest. The organ people use to digest food. Stomach. To release something. Expel. The fluid that circulates in the body. Blood. A planned series of steps or actions that leads to something. Process. The organ used to produce blood. Liver. The trunk of the body from the neck to the abdomen. Anatomy.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Digest. Do you think this medicine is safe to digest? Digest. It's hard for your body to digest junk food. You should eat natural foods. Digest. Babies should eat easily digested foods, such as banana when they are small. Stomach. My stomach keeps grumbling. I think it's hungry. Stomach. Whenever I eat spicy food, my stomach really hurts. Stomach. Wow, her stomach is really big. Is she pregnant? Heart. I had a heart attack last year. I need to be careful. Heart. My doctor told me I need to lay off bacon as it's damaging my heart. Heart. I'm going to donate my heart when I die. It's not like I will need it. Oxygen. This room smells so bad. I need to get some oxygen. Oxygen. The man died when he ran out of oxygen diving in the ocean. Oxygen. A python kills its prey by crushing it. Without the oxygen, the prey dies. Chest. My chest is really big after that workout at the gym. Chest. I want to wax my chest. It's too hairy. Chest. I think I have a disease. My chest is all swollen and black.
Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and a very Merry Christmas to everyone.
That's right, Merry Christmas. We are at that time again where we are celebrating Christmas, we're having dinner with family and friends, we're giving presents, and of course, there are some other traditions that come into play, like, for example, Santa Claus.
Santa Claus. So we've got a very special advanced level lesson for you today. We've got a poem. It's a very traditional poem that is read or listened to on the holiday. And we're going to talk a little bit about some of the interesting words and phrases that are used in this. But first off, let's just listen to the poem itself. 'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mama in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled down for a long winter's nap, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw open the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave the luster of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver, so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricanes fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky. So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleighs full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then, in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his toe, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled! His dimples, how merry! His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up in a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke had encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right old jolly elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk. And laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere as he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night."
All right, we're back. So the poem is very nice. It's long, and just to kind of recap what the poem is talking about, what is the general story of the poem?
The story of the poem is that Santa Claus is coming to visit someone's house, and there's a person in the story who is watching Santa Claus arrive, and he's seeing Santa Claus take the reindeer up onto the roof, come down the chimney, and lay the presents out for the children, filling the stockings as well.
Okay, so it's basically a nice poetic description of Santa Claus, and also it goes in to describe in a very nice way the way Santa Claus looks like.
It's very descriptive. We have descriptions of what Santa Claus looks like, what he's wearing, his smile, how he's a little bit fat. We also have descriptions of the animals, these special animals that we hear about so often that are called reindeer.
All right, so we've divided up the poem by lines, so then it's going to be easier for you to go to the line that we're talking about. Let's start with the first line, with this first word that's actually very interesting.
'Twas the night before Christmas when all through the house.
So what does this first word mean?
'Twas is an abbreviation, so it's shortened version of it was.
Okay, so, but do you actually use this now in, like, if you're writing?
No, this is not something I would use now in writing, and it's not something I would say. It's actually more of an archaic form, something that you might hear in poetry or historical writing.
Okay, so it was the night before Christmas, right? So we're talking about December 24th.
The night of December 24th, that's right.
All right, so the first two lines talk about how it was the night before Christmas, and in the house there was nothing stirring, not even a mouse.
So not even the smallest little animal. So it's very quiet in the house is what's happening.
So now we jump to line number 7, where the poet describes, and Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap.
So we know that the person talking is the dad, because he's talking about himself, and Mama, mother. They're in bed together. And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap. So I'm wearing a nightcap, a cover on my head. It's like a hat. And Mama has a kerchief.
What's a kerchief?
A kerchief is another abbreviation. It's short for handkerchief.
Okay.
And a handkerchief is a piece of fabric or cloth that sometimes we use for our noses when we have to blow our nose. But also, you can use a kerchief in your hair to cover your hair.
Okay. So if you can imagine it, this must take place, I don't know, maybe 50, 60 years ago when dads used to wear hats to bed and women also handkerchiefs on their heads.
Or longer, maybe 200 years ago when people wore these long night hats, night caps.
The pajamas and everything. All right, now let's jump over to line 18 and 19 when he's talking about the reindeer and the sleigh arriving, and he says, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. This is another way of calling Santa Claus, right?
Saint Nicholas is his name, but you also call him Claus or Santa Claus.
Okay. And then he said, more rapid than eagles, his coursers they came.
So the word order is a bit strange here. This is common in poetry. We could also say, his coursers came more rapidly than eagles. They were very, very fast. But what are these coursers? We're talking about the animals pulling Santa Claus. And what are those animals again?
They're called reindeer.
Reindeer. So the reindeer are very, very fast.
Okay, that's right, because he's making the comparison about how fast eagles are compared to them. Okay.
And we hear their names, right?
Exactly. He goes on to say, now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer, and all of their names, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donder, and Blitzen.
All 8 reindeer. Each animal has its own name.
That's right. So all 8 reindeer. Actually, we're missing one, though, that's very common nowadays. The reindeer that goes in the front, illuminating the sky.
Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. You might know the song, Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer.
That's right. So there are actually 9 reindeer nowadays, but I guess this story was before the Rudolph story came out. All right, so this is interesting because those are the names of all the reindeer. Now, I'm not sure in which order they are. I don't know who's in the back, who's in the front.
Yeah, I don't know either. But it's important to know that they're very fast, and they come down, and then they go up. They have to take St. Nicholas to the roof of the house, on top of the house.
That's right. So now he arrives to the top of the house. Line 32, we see, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound.
He came quickly down the chimney, boom. And at the end, he's all dressed in fur from his head to his foot. So top to bottom, he has fur on.
That's right. And I think he's got fur because he lives in the North Pole, right?
That's right. And it's very cold where Santa Claus lives, so he has to wear these clothes that are very warm.
Okay. And obviously, since he is going up and down chimneys in line 34, we see, and his clothes were tarnished with ashes and soot.
So to tarnish or tarnished means dirty. Something is tarnished if it's dirty. So his clothes, his fur clothes were dirty with ashes and soot. This means that, in your fireplace, when the fire is gone, there's some gray and black stuff. And that's what's on Santa Claus's clothes.
Okay, very good. So, and then we go on to line 35, a bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack.
All right, a peddler. Now, this is not just something we talk about on Christmas. We have peddlers all year round. What are peddlers? What do they do?
Basically, they go around selling things. So maybe you see them in a small market or sometimes in different places and maybe, I don't know, on the streets. You see them selling little things like toys or combs or books, something like
Oranges, you see fruit peddlers,
right.
People who sell fruit. Or you could see those watch peddlers. They say, would you like a Rolex watch? That's
right.
a watch peddler.
So that's what they do, right? They just, they're informal salesmen.
They don't have a store. They work
Right.
on the street. So this is why Santa looks like a peddler. He isn't in a store. He has a bag. And he says, look in my bag.
Right, exactly. Now, from line 37, we go on to describe the way Santa Claus looks like. So he says, his eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples, how merry.
Dimples are those small circles on your cheeks. So some people, when they smile, they have these small holes or circles. Those are dimples. They're very cute.
That's right. So not everyone has them, right? Some people, when they smile, you can see
That's
those
right.
dimples. All right. So, and his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. So we're saying that they're red.
They're red. They're pink.
Okay. Now, in line 39, he says, his droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow.
Now, droll is a word that some people still use. It's pretty common in places like England. We don't use it as much in America. We say funny instead. But something that is droll, D-R-O-L-L, droll, is funny.
Okay.
So his mouth, his face is funny looking.
Okay. His
it's
face
funny.
is funny looking. All right. And going on to line 45, we're describing how he was chubby and plump. So we're basically saying he was a little bit fat.
Yes.
Okay. A right jolly old elf. So what is an elf?
An elf is actually, normally we talk about elves. So one elf, two elves, as little people who help Santa. They're mythical creatures who live in the North Pole and who make presents. So an elf is a small creature who makes presents.
Okay.
Or maybe lives in the woods. There are many different stories with elves.
Elves, right. Okay. And in line 46, we say, and I laughed when I saw him in spite of myself. What does he mean by in spite of myself?
Now, this is really important, and this is something we say in English all the time, in spite of myself. So I laughed in spite of myself. So I didn't want to laugh. I wanted to be serious. But I did laugh. So in spite of myself, I didn't want to laugh. I laughed anyway. So you say in spite of myself when you did the thing you did not want to do.
Okay. And finishing off, we are going towards the last three lines where we say, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. What is a thistle?
They're talking about the part of a flower that's a thistle.
Oh, okay. So
Right.
they just they all flew away like quickly, rapidly, like the little flower.
Well, you know when a flower is sending its seeds out, it's down, it's white. So maybe if you blow on a flower with the white seeds, and they blow away. That's what it looks like. It looks like the seeds of a flower being blown away. Very easy.
Okay. Line 55 says, but I heard him exclaim ere he drove out of sight.
So this is an older way of saying as he drove out of sight. So as he's flying away, I can't see him anymore. Almost I can't see him anymore. He exclaimed something. So ere means, while this is happening.
Now, this is another one of those maybe old English words that we don't use anymore, right? You wouldn't really use Ere.
Ere I was walking to school, I saw
Right.
the milkman. No, we don't say this anymore, but you will find it in poetry, and you might also find it in stories.
Okay. And line 56, he ends, and this is very the famous way that this poem ends by saying, Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Yeah, this is
Okay.
and the first line of the poem are the most famous.
Right.
Everyone knows these.
Okay. Very good. So a beautiful poem. Why don't we listen to it one more time?
'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads. And Mama in her kerchief, and I in my cap, had just settled down for a long winter's nap, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter, I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters and threw open the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave the luster of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver, so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen. To the top of the porch, to the top of the wall, now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricanes fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky. So up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleighs full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then, in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof. As I drew in my head and was turning around, down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur from his head to his toe, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled! His dimples, how merry! His cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry. His droll little mouth was drawn up in a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke had encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right old jolly elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk. And laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere as he drove out of sight, Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night.
All right, so this is one of the very famous poems you can listen. Usually people listen to it or read about it during Christmas, right?
That's right. It's a classic. It's something that you think about people listening to in front of the fireplace, and they're drinking their eggnog and talking about how wonderful, family is. And so, yeah, it's a classic. It's something that we often talk about and read and listen to.
All right, so it's very interesting because it's part of the American tradition of Christmas. I think maybe also in other parts of the world the poem might be translated or also might be popular. But Santa Claus and all these things are traditions that are observed in some countries. And it's very interesting to understand them.
Absolutely, and I'm very curious to know about your Christmas traditions. What do you do in your home country on Christmas Eve or on Christmas Day? Do you know any poems like this, or do you listen to this poem in translation? Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right, guys, we'll see you there, and have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
To move, movement. Stir. To fasten or attach so that it is supported only from above or at a point near its own top. Hung. A vertical structure that allows the passage of smoke. Chimney. To lie close and snug. Nestle. Warmly comfortable or cozy. Snug. To sleep for a short time. Nap. Noise. Clatter. Rip. Tore. Radiance of beauty, excellence. Luster. Large. Sleigh. Large deer. Reindeer. With high speed. Rapid. To move with violence, rush. Dash. Very big rain and windstorm. Hurricane. Something that obstructs or hinders progress. Obstacle. A thing suitable for running or chasing. Courser. To dance or move in a lively or spirited manner. Prance. To strike or scrape with the paws or feet. Paw. An encasing protecting the foot of an animal such as a horse. Hoof. Another name for Santa Claus. Saint Nicholas. To ruin, make dirty or destroy. Tarnish. A black dirty substance. Soot. Several objects or a quantity of material gathered or bound together. Bundle. A small natural hollow area or crease seen when smiling. Dimple. The lower end of a tree or plant left after the main part falls or is cut off. Stump. Smoking utensil. Pipe. A circular band of flowers, foliage, or any ornamental work for adorning the head or for any decorative purpose. Wreath. Well filled out or rounded in form. Plump. A magical being. Elf. A prickly plant. Thistle.
Let's try that faster.
Radiance of beauty, excellence. Luster. To move with violence, rush. Dash. An encasing protecting the foot of an animal such as a horse. Hoof. Large. Sleigh. A small natural hollow area or crease seen when smiling. Dimple. Several objects or a quantity of material gathered or bound together. Bundle. A thing suitable for running or chasing. Courser. A prickly plant. Thistle. Large deer. Reindeer. To ruin, make dirty or destroy. Tarnish. With high speed. Rapid. To sleep for a short time. Nap. Something that obstructs or hinders progress. Obstacle. Another name for Santa Claus. Saint Nicholas. To lie close and snug. Nestle. Smoking utensil. Pipe. Rip. Tor. A circular band of flowers, foliage, or any ornamental work for adorning the head or for any decorative purpose. Reef. To strike or scrape with the paws or feet. Paw. Well filled out or rounded in form. Plump. To fasten or attach so that it is supported only from above or at a point near its own top. Hung. The lower end of a tree or plant left after the main part falls or is cut off. Stump. To dance or move in a lively or spirited manner. Prance. A black dirty substance. Soot. Warmly comfortable or cozy. Snug. A magical being. Elf. Noise. Clatter. A vertical structure that allows the passage of smoke. Chimney. Very big rain and windstorm. Hurricane. To move, movement. Stir.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're talking about a very it's a pretty important part of your child's education.
That's right. Something that many schools do is they have a conference between the teacher and the parent, so, they can talk about how the child is doing.
That's right. So this is something very common in American schools, and it's important to learn some of the words that you will hear. So let's take a listen to our dialogue, and when we come back, we'll be talking about what some of these words and phrases mean.
Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Weber. As a teacher, it's great seeing the kids' parents assist our parent-teacher conference night.
Of course. I am very interested to know how my child is doing and also get some insight from you as to how he can improve.
Well, Alan is a great student. He's a hard worker and very well behaved. However, he does struggle a bit with math.
I guess he gets that from me. I never did well in math when I was a kid. What can I do at home to complement what he is learning in the classroom?
Well, it's important that you sit with him and review his homework assignments and help him with math. I would also recommend he stay after school twice a week for tutoring sessions. It will really help a lot.
Thanks a lot. I will definitely do that. Is there anything else?
Yes. Here's a notice from our financial department. Seems your child's tuition is overdue.
Oh, yes,
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at some language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
First up in language takeaway, we have the key phrase here, which is parent-teacher conference.
That's right. So it's a parent-teacher conference, and it's basically a meeting between the parent of the child and the teacher of the child, and they talk about how well he is doing or she is doing or where she needs or he needs to improve.
That's right. So this is something that can happen maybe twice a year, maybe 4 times a year. It depends on the school, but it's just a meeting between the parents or parent of the child and his or her teacher. That's
right. So it's very common with schools in order to make sure that the parent knows how the child is doing in school and can improve maybe. And one of the goals is to provide the parent with insight into how to help the child learn more. Okay, so insight is kind of like a better understanding of things. More clear picture, yeah. So I could say, you know what, Marco, I just don't get that woman, Cindy. Can you provide some insight into why she made that decision? That's right. So you want some more information or some type of explanation as to why she made that decision.
Exactly. And so the teacher will then provide this insight by describing what he or she thinks about the student.
That's right. And well, the teacher went on to say that Alan is a great student, hard worker, very well behaved.
So he is a hard worker. That means he is this. It's not an adjective, it says now. He is a hard worker. She is a hard worker. He is very well behaved. Now, this is a way to describe him. He is not naughty. He is well behaved. That means he doesn't start fights. He doesn't talk in class. He doesn't cheat.
Okay, so what would be the opposite? You say a child or a person is well behaved. What would be the opposite?
I would say the child who is not well behaved is naughty.
Okay, so you say he is not well behaved or just he is naughty.
He's very naughty. He always starts fights in class.
Okay. Now, the student is having a little bit of problems with math. And so the parent asks what he can do to complement what he is learning in the classroom.
Okay, so to complement. You might have heard this verb before, but here it means something special. It means to add to. All right, so, okay, the boy, Alan, he's learning a lot in school. But maybe he's not learning enough because his math scores just aren't good enough. So the father wants to know what can he do in addition to school.
Right.
You know, what can he do extra to help his boy? So it will complement his studies.
That's right. So we have to compliment someone as to say, oh, you look nice today. Or in this situation, this verb, we are saying to provide more support or extra help to something.
That's right. So I feel really good about accounting, but I want to take an extra math class to complement my accounting studies because I'm just not very confident in my math.
Very good. Exactly. All right. So, and towards the end, well, we're talking about how the child's tuition is overdue. The teacher says the child's tuition is overdue.
What is tuition, Marco?
Well, the tuition is the fees that you have to pay for school.
Okay, so maybe a private school will have a tuition, so a high school or an elementary school. But you often hear this in regards to college or university. So college tuitions in America are very expensive.
That's right. And when a tuition is overdue, it means that it hasn't been paid yet, and so the payment is late.
The payment is late. Now, a lot of things can be overdue. That means they've passed their due date. A bill can be overdue.
That's right. So you should have paid your bill already, but you haven't, so
That's
it's
right.
overdue. Okay, so a lot of vocab there. Why don't we listen to our dialogue again?
Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Weber. As a teacher, it's great seeing the kids' parents assist our parent-teacher conference night.
Of course. I am very interested to know how my child is doing and also get some insight from you as to how he can improve.
Well, Alan is a great student. He's a hard worker and very well behaved. However, he does struggle a bit with math.
I guess he gets that from me. I never did well in math when I was a kid. What can I do at home to complement what he is learning in the classroom?
Well, it's important that you sit with him and review his homework assignments and help him with math. I would also recommend he stay after school twice a week for tutoring sessions. It will really help a lot.
Thanks a lot. I will definitely do that. Is there anything else?
Yes. Here's a notice from our financial department. Seems your child's tuition is overdue.
Oh, yes,
All right, we're back. So now we've prepared 3 key phrases for you on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, the first phrase here on Fluency Builder is to struggle with. So Alan is a great student, but he does struggle with math.
That's right. So to struggle with something means that you are having a hard time. It's difficult for you.
It is difficult. So when I was a student in elementary school, I struggled with science. Is there anything you struggled with, Marco?
I struggled a little bit with history.
Interesting. So for Marco, history was hard.
Right.
For me, science was hard.
But you can also use it for your work, right? You can say, I'm struggling a little bit at work.
I'm struggling with my new schedule. I have too much to do.
Okay. So after the teacher said that Alan is struggling with math, the parent actually said, I guess he gets that from me. I never did well in math when I was a kid. So what is the parent saying?
He gets that from me, or she gets that from me.
Mm-hmm.
This means that the child has the same problems the parent has.
Mm-hmm.
So when the parent was little, he had a hard time with math. He struggled with math.
Mm-hmm.
And now his child struggles with math. So it's something that maybe he inherited or he got from his father.
Right.
He gets that from me.
Right. So sometimes you will hear that maybe somebody is stubborn and you say, well, I get that from my dad.
Yes, I'm very talkative. I get that from my mother. That means my mother is talkative and I have the same characteristic.
So we're basically saying that you kind of genetically inherit the same characteristics.
Exactly.
All right. And the teacher said that, well, in order to improve, Alan should attend tutoring sessions.
Tutoring sessions. Now, this is important. You might have heard the word tutor before. I have a math tutor. But a tutoring session is actually the time you spend together with your tutor practicing something or studying something.
Right. So you don't have a class with your tutor. You have a tutoring session.
That's right. Class is for a teacher and many students. But a tutoring session is one-on-one. It's two people together, a tutor and a student,
Okay.
learner.
So the word tutor can be a noun. You have a tutor, which is a person that helps you, or you can tutor someone to tutor, which means to teach or to help.
That's right. So in college, I had a tutoring session with a math tutor 2 times a week. That means my math tutor helped me learn math outside of school, after school.
Very good. All right. So a lot of great stuff there. Let's listen to the dialogue one last time.
Thank you for coming tonight, Mr. Weber. As a teacher, it's great seeing the kids' parents assist our parent-teacher conference night.
Of course. I am very interested to know how my child is doing and also get some insight from you as to how he can improve.
Well, Alan is a great student. He's a hard worker and very well behaved. However, he does struggle a bit with math.
I guess he gets that from me. I never did well in math when I was a kid. What can I do at home to complement what he is learning in the classroom?
Well, it's important that you sit with him and review his homework assignments and help him with math. I would also recommend he stay after school twice a week for tutoring sessions. It will really help a lot.
Thanks a lot. I will definitely do that. Is there anything else?
Yes. Here's a notice from our financial department. Seems your child's tuition is overdue.
Oh, yes,
All right, so parent-teacher conferences, a very common thing, and I think sometimes even a little bit scary for the kid because, your parent is going to go talk to your teacher and maybe your teacher's not going to say great things about you.
Yeah, this is always very nerve-wracking for children because maybe you didn't tell your mom and dad what you got on your test in science last week, and then your teacher will tell your parents, and your parents will be angry.
Right.
So this is the time when the parents can be honest with the teacher, and the teacher can be honest with the parents.
That's right, because sometimes teachers will have a file with maybe your test scores, and they will show them to your parents. So not only what you get on your report cards, but then you actually see the tests, and it could be, like you say, a little nerve-wracking.
I've also heard, though, it can be nerve-wracking for the teacher because sometimes teachers have to tell parents things that they don't really want to know about their kids.
Right.
If the teacher says, hey, your boy Alan, he's not very good at math, maybe Alan's dad gets angry and says, yo, no, that's not true. He's very good at math.
Right.
So it can be hard for everyone, but I
Yeah.
think generally they're very positive. They really help the students.
Right. Well, it's interesting, and actually, I haven't really seen parent-teacher conferences to be that common outside of the United States. So maybe if you're a parent, you have attended a parent-teacher conference, or maybe when you were a kid, your parents went to your parent-teacher conference.
And if you don't have parent-teacher conferences in your country, what do you have? How do parents and teachers talk? Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right, we'll see you guys there.
Bye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
A person who teaches or instructs. Teacher. A formal meeting where many people talk about ideas. Conference. An instance of apprehending the true nature of a thing. Insight. Try very hard to do something that is difficult. Struggle. An expression of praise. Compliment. A person employed to instruct another in some branch or branches of learning, especially a private instructor. Tutor. The charge or fee for instruction. Tuition. Past due. Overdue.
Let's try that faster.
A person employed to instruct another in some branch or branches of learning, especially a private instructor. Tutor. A formal meeting where many people talk about ideas. Conference. Past due. Overdue. Try very hard to do something that is difficult. Struggle. An instance of apprehending the true nature of a thing. Insight. An expression of praise. Compliment. A person who teaches or instructs. Teacher. The charge or fee for instruction. Tuition.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Overdue. Our rent bills are overdue, but I don't know how we will pay them. Overdue. This award has long been overdue. I'm just glad I finally received it. Overdue. The gas bill is still overdue. Why don't you pay it? Tutor. I failed my last exam. Maybe I should get a tutor. Tutor. The tutor I hired has helped me get into college. Tutor. Maybe I should become a tutor, as I'm great at science and I need a little bit of money. Struggle. I'm going to struggle with this exam. I better study hard. Struggle. It was a struggle, but we finally cleaned the whole house. Struggle. Don't struggle. You're only making things worse. Insight. The documentary provides a fascinating insight into our country's dark side. Insight. My personal guide gave me a great insight into his culture. Insight. I'm reading this because I'm hoping it will give me an insight into the world of politics. Teacher. My teacher told me I need to repeat the school year as I didn't pass. Teacher. Teachers need to have a lot of patience. Teacher. I don't like my teacher. He always yells at me for talking.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and it's the start of a very new year, so we have some interesting vocabulary for you today about the new year.
That's right. So we are starting a new year. Why don't we just jump right into this dialogue? Let's see what's going on, and we'll be back in a bit.
It's almost midnight. We're about to start a brand new year.
I know, it's so exciting. A new year is always like a clean slate. A fresh start to accomplish any dreams, objectives, and goals.
Do you have a New Year's resolution?
I was thinking about it, but I'm never able to keep my New Year's resolutions. Last year, for example, I joined a gym and only went twice.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's why this year I am keeping things more simple. Maybe like getting together with friends I haven't seen in a long time or doing some volunteering work.
That seems reasonable. We should get together and watch the ball drop in Times Square.
Sure, as long as you don't try to kiss me at midnight.
Well, we can't break tradition. It's bad luck.
All right, so we've prepared a couple of different words for you on language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, the first word we have is actually a phrase. We have this phrase, brand new. Something is a brand new thing.
That's right. We said that we are starting a brand new year. And that's just another way of saying completely new.
So I want a brand new bicycle. Means I want a new bicycle from the store, not one from the garage.
That's right. So it's something completely new, never been used. So we're starting a brand new year, and we're saying it's exciting because it's a great opportunity, like having a clean slate.
So a clean slate. Now, this is an interesting phrase because you might not know what a slate is, but basically it means that you start from the very beginning. So there's no history, there's nothing that you have to worry about. You start completely new. That's a clean slate.
That's right. So just imagine you're in class and you have the whiteboard or the chalkboard, and you just erase everything and then you start again. That's kind of what it means to have a clean slate, a new start.
Exactly. And so we have a clean slate. We need to talk about what we will do with the clean slate. And so one person asks the other, do you have any New Year's resolutions?
That's right. So this is one of the most popular things during the New Year's is people make a New Year's resolution.
So a resolution is something that you have decided you will do. I have many resolutions. I will learn to play the piano this year. So in the new year, I will do this thing.
That's right. So it's basically like a promise, something that you promise yourself that you will do in the new year. So as you say, maybe start playing the piano.
That's right. So we call that a resolution, or if we want to be specific, we call it a New Year's resolution. Now, at the very end of the dialogue, we heard another phrase. This is quite strange. They want to kiss at midnight. And the one person says, well, we can't break tradition.
That's right, to break a tradition or to break tradition. And that basically means to not do something that we usually do.
All right, so you can follow tradition. That means that you do the same thing maybe every year. Mm-hmm. But if you break tradition, that means you don't do what you are expected to do. So remember that verb is to break tradition.
That's right. All right, so let's review this vocab. Let's listen to the dialogue again.
It's almost midnight. We're about to start a brand new year.
I know, it's so exciting. A new year is always like a clean slate. A fresh start to accomplish any dreams, objectives, and goals.
Do you have a New Year's resolution?
I was thinking about it, but I'm never able to keep my New Year's resolutions. Last year, for example, I joined a gym and only went twice.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's why this year I am keeping things more simple. Maybe like getting together with friends I haven't seen in a long time or doing some volunteering work.
That seems reasonable. We should get together and watch the ball drop in Times Square.
Sure, as long as you don't try to kiss me at midnight.
Well, we can't break tradition. It's bad luck.
All right, so let's take a look at those phrases now on Fluency Builder.
Fluency builder.
So there's a phrase in here that I use all the time. We heard about this resolution to go to the gym more often. And the person said, I never really go to the gym. And the other said, I know what you mean.
Yeah, that's right. She says, yeah, I know what you mean. And so basically we use this when you agree with the person, you understand what they are saying.
Yeah, it's almost like saying, I had the same experience. So maybe I also belong to a gym and I never go to that gym, just like you. So it means I know what you mean. I have the same problem.
That's right. So you can just agree with someone, completely agree with someone by saying, yeah, I know what you mean, or I know what you mean.
I know what you mean.
All right, so, well, this year we want to keep things a little bit more simple, and we said, well, maybe like getting together with friends I haven't seen in a long time.
All right, so think about this. To get together with friends. Lots of words there, but you can see friends, but to get together means to be social with, to hang out with, to do things together. But it's not very specific. It's a nice way to say just to be with your friends.
That's right. So maybe you are going with your friends out, maybe shopping, maybe to the movies. So you say, yeah, I'm gonna get together with my friends later on this afternoon.
All right, so we can get together with friends as a resolution. That's something we want to do in the near future. But for now, we're going to get together and watch the ball drop in Times Square. That's the New Year's plan.
That's right. So it may seem strange. It's not actually a phrasal verb or a colloquial phrase. There is actually a ball that goes down as the countdown begins to midnight. And once it completely disappears, then, you celebrate the New Year. So you actually see this big round ball coming down in Times Square.
Yeah, it's a way to count down to the new year. So people often say 10, 9, 8, 7. So they count down and the ball will drop. And that means it's the new year. So this is something that we refer to. It's something we talk about when we want to discuss the new year. So we'll watch the ball drop together. It's an event.
That's right. Okay, so a lot of great stuff there. Why don't we listen to the dialogue one last time?
It's almost midnight. We're about to start a brand new year.
I know, it's so exciting. A new year is always like a clean slate. A fresh start to accomplish any dreams, objectives, and goals.
Do you have a New Year's resolution?
I was thinking about it, but I'm never able to keep my New Year's resolutions. Last year, for example, I joined a gym and only went twice.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That's why this year I am keeping things more simple. Maybe like getting together with friends I haven't seen in a long time, or doing some volunteering work.
That seems reasonable. We should get together and watch the ball drop in Times Square.
Sure, as long as you don't try to kiss me at midnight.
Well, we can't break tradition. It's bad luck.
All right, so talking about New Year's, everyone makes New Year's resolutions, and people get together to watch the ball drop in Times Square. Now, this is more of an American thing. Have you ever experienced anything different for New Year's, some other type of tradition? Because also here, they kiss at midnight.
That's right. Well, that's a pretty standard American tradition. People will get together and they'll have the TV on, they'll have a party, or they'll be with friends, and they will maybe watch some fireworks or watch the TV as the ball drops. So I've done both. I've gone out, because sometimes you go outside, it's very cold, but you go to a bridge or a park or somewhere public where the city government or the state will have some kind of special fireworks display. So then everyone will watch the fireworks or watch a big TV screen. And then when it's midnight, when it's the new year, then everyone will kiss.
So everyone will kiss. Maybe, is it like just between couples, or whoever's available, you kiss whoever's there?
Sometimes it's whoever is available. That's happened to me, where you turn around and you say, oh, hi, I don't know you. So the tradition is you have to kiss someone at midnight.
So this is for good luck?
Yes.
For good luck in the new year?
Yes.
So if you don't kiss someone, then you're kind of breaking the tradition.
Kind of sad.
And it's unlucky. An interesting way of celebrating New Year's. This is, as we said, in the United States, watching the ball drop, kissing someone at midnight. So we are really curious to know how you celebrate your New Year's in your country, because maybe you have similar traditions or very different things.
That's right. And I know some places like Italy even have special foods you are supposed to eat to bring wealth and prosperity in the new year. So let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right. We'll see you guys there.
Bye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
12 a.m. midnight. Completely new. Brand new. To bring to its goal or conclusion. Accomplish. A person who performs a service willingly and without pay. Volunteer. Special way of doing things that is accepted by a majority. Tradition. A formal document stating the wishes of someone. Resolution. 1st of January. New Year.
Let's try that faster.
A person who performs a service willingly and without pay. Volunteer. A formal document stating the wishes of someone. Resolution. Special way of doing things that is accepted by a majority. Tradition. Completely new. Brand new. To bring to its goal or conclusion. Accomplish. 1st of January. New Year. 12 a.m. Midnight.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Resolution. My resolution is to quit smoking. Resolution. I always fail my resolutions. This time will be different. Resolution. I have a hard resolution this year, not eating chocolate. Volunteer. I want to volunteer overseas. I believe I will learn a lot. Volunteer. I think everyone should volunteer once in a while. Volunteer. You should give back to your community by volunteering. New Year. This New Year I'm going to have a party with my family. New Year. I hate the New Year. It just means the whole year of work again. New Year. Every New Year I make a resolution. Accomplish. I'm going to try and accomplish this homework today. Accomplish. I have all these goals I want to accomplish, but I have no time. Accomplish. I can't accomplish this video game. It is too hard. Tradition. It's my town's tradition to celebrate its founding by having a big party. Tradition. My country has a tradition of going to the beach at Christmas. Tradition. I think we should have a tradition of taking holidays when it rains.
Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and we're in the mood to read something today, so we're going to a place called the library, right?
That's right, we're going to go to the library and we're going to get some books. But before we do that, let's take a look at a word in vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
All right, so today's vocabulary preview word is a thing that you use when you go to the library to take that book home. You don't have to pay for the book, you use your library card to borrow it.
That's right. So this is something that you need when you want to get books at the library. You need a library card. So we're going to talk about this and how you get a library card. So let's listen to the dialogue.
Wow, look at all these books! I bet I can find a book about anything here!
Shh, please keep your voice down. There are people reading and studying here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you the librarian? Maybe you can help me. I am looking for a book.
Yes, I am. You can check our online catalog to search for the book you want based on the genre, title, or if you know the author, I can point you towards the right direction.
I'm looking for a book that has nursery rhymes.
That would be in our children's section, that bookshelf there on the right.
Okay, I would like to check out these books.
Do you have a library card?
No, how do I get one?
I just need to see a driver's license or utility bill to prove that you are a resident of this state.
Here you go.
So, you're all set. You can have these books for 2 weeks. If you need to have them longer, you can bring them here to renew them. If you don't, you get charged 10 cents a day for each book.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we're back. So now let's start with language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
All right, we have a lot of great things for you today in language takeaway. The first is actually a job. This is a person who works at a library. What's that person called?
He or she is called a librarian.
All right, so someone who works at a library is a librarian.
That's right. So this person organizes the books, knows about all the books that are there, and basically takes care of the library.
That's right. So if you need help in the library, it's probably a good idea to ask the librarian where the book you're looking for is.
That's right. And today we went in looking for a specific type of book. We wanted a book that had nursery rhymes.
All right, nursery rhymes. Now, these are kind of like songs or poems, things that we tell little children and babies. So, Mary had a little lamb, little lamb. That is a nursery rhyme. It's a playful poem for children.
That's right. So, obviously, since we are looking for nursery rhyme books, the librarian told us that we need to go to the children's section.
That's right. But before we get to borrow this book, there are a couple of things we need because the person doesn't have a library card. Now, the question is, how do I get a library card? And what was the librarian's response, Marco?
Well, it was pretty simple. All we needed was to see that person's driver's license or a utility bill.
All right, so a driver's license is an ID card, an identification card that you get that allows you to drive a car. Now, each state has a different kind of driver's license and different rules for how to get one, but this is a very common, almost the most common kind of identification in America.
That's right. So basically, you show them your driver's license, and it has a picture of you there, your telephone number, and even your address.
That's right. But not everybody has a driver's license. Some people don't drive, some people can't drive, some people don't want to drive. So they would have to show something else. And a good way to show that you live somewhere is to show your utility bill.
That's right. So a utility is basically water, electricity, gas, or your telephone bill, and it arrives to your house, and that's where obviously it says your address there and who the bill is directed to. So you can prove that you live there.
That's right, because why would somebody else pay for the water at that house? It's obviously you. So these are a couple kinds of identification you can use to get a library card.
All right. And while we're taking the books, we can borrow them for 2 weeks, but if we need to have them for a longer period of time, we can take them back to the library and have them renewed.
So to renew something, renew, means to continue to borrow it. You have to re-borrow. But we don't say re-borrow, we say renew. So that means we get it for another 2 weeks.
That's right. So things that expire, usually you need to renew. Like, for example, your driver's license. Usually it will last maybe 5 years, but then you need to renew your driver's license.
And if you don't renew it, if you forget to renew something, maybe there'll be a problem. Like in the case of the library, you have to pay for the late fees. Your book is overdue. You have to pay for it. Or in the case of a driver's license, if your driver's license is overdue, well, you probably have to get a new one.
That's right. Okay, so a lot of vocab there. Why don't we review everything, and we'll be right back.
Wow, look at all these books! I bet I can find a book about anything here!
Shh, please keep your voice down. There are people reading and studying here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you the librarian? Maybe you can help me. I am looking for a book.
Yes, I am. You can check our online catalog to search for the book you want based on the genre, title, or if you know the author, I can point you towards the right direction.
I'm looking for a book that has nursery rhymes.
That would be in our children's section, that bookshelf there on the right.
Okay, I would like to check out these books.
Do you have a library card?
No, how do I get one?
I just need to see a driver's license or utility bill to prove that you are a resident of this state.
Here you go.
So, you're all set. You can have these books for 2 weeks. If you need to have them longer, you can bring them here to renew them. If you don't, you get charged 10 cents a day for each book.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so now we have 3 key phrases for you on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So, Marco, what are librarians famous for?
Well, librarians are always telling you to please keep your voice down.
All right, so libraries are quiet places. They're places where people like to go and read and think and study. So oftentimes when people are talking, they're being loud, the librarian will say, hey, keep your voice down, or be quiet.
That's right. So another way of saying be quiet is keep your voice down. And it's a little bit more polite. Please keep your voice down.
Keep your voice down. Or if there's 2 people or 3 people, you'd say, keep your voices down.
So the librarian tells us to keep our voice down. And, well, now we can get some help from the librarian. And he says that, you know, if you know the title of the book or the genre or the name of the author, the librarian can point you towards the right direction.
Now, to point someone in the right direction or point someone towards the right direction means to help them understand where to go. Maybe they don't know exactly the title of the book or the author, but in this case, the librarian can help put the person in the right place. So I can point you in the right direction or point you towards the right direction.
Exactly. Even maybe you're lost in a town and you stop and ask someone for directions because you don't know how to get there. And that person can help you by pointing you towards the right direction.
All right, so this means I can help you, basically.
Okay. And now what we wanted to do was we wanted to borrow books from the library. We wanted to get books from the library. But we have another way of saying this. We can say we want to check out some books.
All right, so to check out a book means to borrow it, like you say, but this is also a noun, check out. That's the place where you scan something. So maybe there's a bar, a black bar on the back of the book. Beep. When you scan it, it scans out. That means that you're borrowing it. You get it for 2 weeks and you bring it back to check out.
Okay. So a lot of great stuff in this dialogue today, learning about libraries and how to get a library card. Why don't we review everything one last time?
Wow, look at all these books! I bet I can find a book about anything here!
Shh, please keep your voice down. There are people reading and studying here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Are you the librarian? Maybe you can help me. I am looking for a book.
Yes, I am. You can check our online catalog to search for the book you want based on the genre, title, or if you know the author, I can point you towards the right direction.
I'm looking for a book that has nursery rhymes.
That would be in our children's section, that bookshelf there on the right.
Okay, I would like to check out these books.
Do you have a library card?
No, how do I get one?
I just need to see a driver's license or utility bill to prove that you are a resident of this state.
Here you go.
So, you're all set. You can have these books for 2 weeks. If you need to have them longer, you can bring them here to renew them. If you don't, you get charged 10 cents a day for each book.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so borrowing books in a library seems pretty simple, and you don't really have to leave a deposit or something just in case you steal the book or you damage it. How do you deal with this?
No, well, libraries are a wonderful part of, well, at least American culture. I'm not really sure how they work in other places, but in America, there's a lot of federal money in libraries. In fact, I think it was Franklin Roosevelt who really helped get a library system in place in America. So they're a part of this system of kind of community sharing and information. You can go to the library and look for jobs. They have computers. Many have DVD and video sections. Many have very wonderful CD sections. So basically, it's a community center for information, knowledge, and it's almost a relationship of trust. I trust that the library will provide for me, and the library will trust that I don't destroy a book. Of course, if you do, you have to pay.
You have to pay. So is it a federal offense to steal a book from a library?
I don't know, but it's a pretty big deal to steal a book from the library. They certainly will know who you are because they have your information, your driver's license.
Right. Okay, so it's actually pretty interesting, especially because, as you said, libraries, there's a lot of money put into libraries, so it's all communities have them, as you say, DVDs or movies or a lot of different types of books. And in other countries, like maybe in Latin America, it's not as popular to have a community library where you can go and check things out because, you know, there's not that much money involved as well. So, but we would be curious to know how it works in your country. Maybe your country has some beautiful or extensive libraries.
Yeah, I'm very curious as well. So public libraries, do you have them? And if you don't, do you also have university libraries you can go to? Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right, guys, we'll see you there.
Bye.
Bye. Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're traveling a little bit and we need to book a hotel room.
That's right. So today we're going to learn all the words and phrases that will help you talk to the receptionist in order to book a hotel room.
Let's check out our dialogue.
Madison Suites, how may I help you?
Yes, I am calling from Mexico. I will be in town next week and would like to know if you have availability.
Okay, ma'am, can you tell me the date you expect to check in?
Yes, July 9th. I will be there for 7 nights.
We have a junior single suite or a superior double suite available for those dates.
What's the difference?
The junior suite is smaller and has one twin bed, while the superior suite has a double bed and minibar.
Okay, I would like to reserve the superior suite. Is breakfast included?
Yes, a buffet breakfast is served every morning. I will need your name and your credit card details in order to complete the reservation.
Sure, my credit card number is...
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So we've got a lot of great phrases and words today in language takeaway. The first one comes from the beginning of the dialogue. It's availability.
All right, so the woman wanted to know if the hotel has availability. So what does that mean?
That means, do you have free rooms? Do you have any rooms I could rent?
So instead of saying, do you have any free rooms or do you have rooms available, you can just say, do you have availability?
That's right. So you're basically asking the person, do you have anything available? So what's your availability?
Very good. Okay. All right. So we asked the hotel if they have availability, and obviously the receptionist needs to know when we expect to check in.
So this is a noun and a verb, but in today's dialogue, it's used as a verb. So it's something we do. to check in. So the person on the phone would like to know what date you expect to check in. That means when will you arrive at our hotel?
That's right. So maybe we will arrive to the city a couple of days before we check into the hotel. So we really specifically want to know, when are you going to start sleeping here?
That's right. And the opposite, so when you leave the hotel, is called check out, to check out.
That's right. Okay, so we want to check in on July 9th, and the receptionist tells us that we have available a single suite or a double suite.
All right, so these are two different kinds of rooms. Now, a suite is different from a room because it actually means that the space you're going to use is more than one room, maybe two rooms or three.
That's right. So it's a little bit bigger than just a standard room.
It might have a sitting area or a kitchen area. So that's what a suite is. Very expensive rooms are suites as well. They have a sitting area and a kitchen and maybe even an extra bedroom.
That's right. Okay, so we have a single suite. That means that we have one of these big rooms that is only for one person.
Yeah.
And a double suite means that two or more people can sleep there.
That's right. So single will be one person and double will be two people. And we also heard similar words with the beds because sometimes the rooms aren't really clear about what kind of beds they have. So this person asked, what's the difference between these rooms? And the hotel employee answered, well, the junior suite has one twin bed. Mm-hmm. All right. What's a twin bed?
So a twin bed is basically a bed that's only for one person. Only one person fits in there.
All right. So it's a single bed, basically. We call it a twin. Mm-hmm. It's a standard size. So everywhere you go, a twin is always for one person.
That's right.
All right, and if you want to have another person in bed, we have to get a bigger one. And what's that bigger bed called?
It's called a double bed.
A double bed. So again, double room, double bed. Mm-hmm. So this means that two people can sleep on the one bed.
That's right. So this is important because sometimes you want to book a hotel room and it will be a double suite, but it will have two twin beds.
All right, so it's a double room, so it's for two people, but each person has their own small bed.
That's right.
Two twin beds.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And lastly, the superior double suite not only had a double bed, but also had a minibar.
A mini bar. So you know what a bar is? It's a place you go to get some alcohol or some drinks. But a mini bar is a little bit different, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a little refrigerator or a little area where you will have snacks and drinks that you can just basically take freely, but obviously you will have to pay afterwards.
That's right. So you can take them when you're staying there, but when you check out, when you leave, you have to pay for everything you ate or drank.
That's right. Okay, so a lot of words there on Language Takeaway today. Let's take a break and listen to the dialogue again.
Madison Suites, how may I help you?
Yes, I am calling from Mexico. I will be in town next week and would like to know if you have availability.
Okay, ma'am, can you tell me the date you expect to check in?
Yes, July 9th. I will be there for 7 nights.
We have a junior single suite or a superior double suite available for those dates.
What's the difference?
The junior suite is smaller and has one twin bed, while the superior suite has a double bed and minibar.
Okay, I would like to reserve the superior suite. Is breakfast included?
Yes, a buffet breakfast is served every morning. I will need your name and your credit card details in order to complete the reservation.
Sure, my credit card number is...
All right, so now it's time for some phrases. Let's start with Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So the first phrase in Fluency Builder might seem a little bit strange. It's, I will be in town next week. I'll be in town. In what town?
That's right. Well, if you say I will be in town, that basically says I will be in this town. I will be there. I will be here.
So I'll be in the town you're in. Mm-hmm. This is interesting. So when I'm talking to someone, maybe Marco is in Chicago and I'm in New York. Mm-hmm. I call and I say, hey, Marco, I'll be in town next week. What are you doing?
Right.
You want to have a drink. That means I'm going to be where?
You're going to be in Chicago.
That's right. I'll be in Chicago like Marco is. I'm not going to talk about where I am now. This usually means I'm going somewhere else.
That's right. So actually, you can tell your friends that you're going to be in town, or sometimes you have to tell someone you're going to be out of town.
I'll be out of town. That means I won't be where I am now. I won't be in New York. I'll be somewhere else. I'll be in Chicago.
That's right. All right, so now moving on when we were talking specifically about the hotel and maybe what is included with our suite, we asked a very important question. Is breakfast included?
Included in what?
In the price.
All right, so this is a very common question, like you're saying, Marco, but it's not obvious. So when you ask, is breakfast included, that means, do I have to pay extra for breakfast? If breakfast is included, I don't have to pay. If it's not included, that means I have to pay extra for breakfast.
That's right. And in this case, breakfast is included, but not just any breakfast. It's a buffet breakfast.
My favorite kind of breakfast. So this is pretty common with hotels. They will serve a buffet breakfast from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. or whatever. A buffet means that there's a room with tables and food on the tables.
Right.
So you don't order food. You just take whatever you want.
That's right. So you can take whatever you want and usually as much as you want.
That's the best part.
Okay, so now we know that breakfast is included. We know what our room is like, so we're gonna make the reservation. And the hotel employee says that he needs our credit card details to complete the reservation.
Credit card details. Now you might be wondering, what details? Credit card details means the specific information on your credit card. All right, so this is pretty common when you're making a purchase on the phone or on the internet. You have to provide your credit card details.
Right.
That means your name, your credit card number, and the expiration date, which is when the card will no longer be useful.
So it's necessary because obviously you can say, yeah, I'm going to be there tomorrow, and then you don't show up and the hotel loses money. So they need to make sure that they have you somehow.
Yeah, that's their way of protecting themselves. They want to give you the room, but they also don't want to lose money.
Okay, so let's listen to our dialogue one last time, and we'll be back to talk a little bit more.
Madison Suites, how may I help you?
Yes, I am calling from Mexico. I will be in town next week and would like to know if you have availability.
Okay, ma'am, can you tell me the date you expect to check in?
Yes, July 9th. I will be there for 7 nights.
We have a junior single suite or a superior double suite available for those dates.
What's the difference?
The junior suite is smaller and has one twin bed, while the superior suite has a double bed and minibar.
Okay, I would like to reserve the superior suite. Is breakfast included?
Yes, a buffet breakfast is served every morning. I will need your name and your credit card details in order to complete the reservation.
Sure, my credit card number is...
All right, so talking about hotels, I think one of the most important things out of this, well, not important, but also something that you should know is that the minibar is always so expensive.
It is expensive. Be very careful when you're going into that mini bar. Sometimes it seems like a really good idea. You're hungry and there are crackers or you want a beer. But you have to look at the menu because the menu will have the prices, and maybe something that's really cheap in a store outside is really expensive at a hotel.
Yeah. And I think sometimes, I don't know, sometimes it's even hard to find that little menu, so you don't even know what the prices are. But you're so thirsty, you just want to have something to drink now, and it ends up costing you $10.
That's right. So be careful. Anytime you're in a hotel room, expect the prices to be pretty high for the things in the hotel. Unless, of course, there's a sign or a piece of paper that says that something is free or complimentary.
Yeah, that's right. Complimentary water is very common in hotels. They'll give you 2 free bottles of water.
That's right. So complimentary means you don't have to pay for it. But if there's no sign, then expect to pay a lot.
That's right. Okay, so if you guys have any questions or any doubts, or you want to suggest any other lesson topic, you can visit us at englishpod.com.
We'll hope to see you there. Until next time.
Bye.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
A meal laid out on a table or sideboard so that guests may serve themselves. Buffet. An arrangement to secure accommodations at a restaurant or hotel. Reservation. The quality of being at hand when needed. Availability. Confirm details at front desk. Check in. Better than others. Superior. A connected series of rooms to be used together. Suite. To keep back or save for future use. Reserve.
Let's try that faster.
A connected series of rooms to be used together. Suite. A meal laid out on a table or sideboard so that guests may serve themselves. Buffet. Confirm details at front desk. Check in. To keep back or save for future use. Reserve. An arrangement to secure accommodations at a restaurant or hotel. Reservation. The quality of being at hand when needed. Availability. Better than others. Superior.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Reservation. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? Reservation. If we want a room, we will need to make a reservation. Reservation. Sorry, there are no seats available. Please make a reservation. Buffet. Buffets are great. I get to eat whatever I like. Buffet. I'm so hungry I can't wait to eat this huge buffet. Buffet. There is a wide variety of food available at the buffet. Suite. This vacation I'm going to get the best suite available. Suite. I wanted the deluxe suite, but they were all taken. Suite. I don't want the junior suite. It's too small for a large family. Reserve. Hello, I would like to reserve a table for 2, please. Reserve. My friend always reserves the same table at the same restaurant every Valentine's Day. Reserve. I was too late and now I cannot reserve a suite at the hotel. Check in. Please check in at a later time. The room is not ready yet. Check in. I can't wait to check into my suite and get out of this weather. Check in. I forgot to bring my identification. How will I check in?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and we're going to be purchasing some wine today, right, Marco?
That's right. Today we're going to go to the shop and we're going to try to look for some wine that will go well with the type of food that we're having.
All right, so we're going to be learning a lot of specific terms. This is an advanced lesson, so we expect that most of the basics you already know, but some of these more difficult words and phrases are going to be our focus. So let's take a listen to today's dialogue.
Hello there. Welcome to Wine World. Let me know if I can help you out at all.
Yes, please. I could really use some help. I'm going over to my boss's house for dinner tonight, and I don't know what kind of wine I should bring.
Okay. Do you know what kind of food will be served?
Well, his wife is Japanese. He said she makes really good sushi.
That's a bit of a challenge. Sushi is notoriously difficult to pair with wine. Well, let's see. It'll have to be a white wine, of course.
Why? Wouldn't a red wine go well with sushi?
No, I don't think so. Sushi is a very delicately flavored food, and red wine would be a jarring contrast. You need a white wine which has more subtle flavors to complement the fish.
I see. So I should get a bottle of Chardonnay. That's a white wine, right?
Yes, Chardonnay is a white wine, but I'm not sure it'd be your best bet. Chardonnay is one of the more full-bodied whites and tends to be a bit oaky. I'd suggest you go for something brighter, like this Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand.
Oh, the Sauvignon Blanc? What's that?
That's another varietal or type of grape, just like Chardonnay.
Let's see. The label says it's got attractive citrus and grassy aromas that give way to crisp mineral flavors and a bone-dry finish. Served chilled. Oh no, how long will it take to chill the wine? I'm on my way to dinner now.
Oh, it's okay, don't worry. We'll just choose a wine from the cooler. We don't have quite as extensive a selection over here, but this Rhone Valley White would be lovely.
All right, what varietal is that?
Well, this is a French wine, so they don't always specify the varietal on the label. The French believe that the soil a grape is grown in is one of the most important factors in the final flavor of the wine. This wine is probably a blend of a few different types of grapes, mostly Viognier, I'd guess.
And do you think this is a good wine?
Yes, this is one of our best sellers. It's not quite as dry as the Sauvignon Blanc we were looking at earlier, which means it's more approachable. It's light and crisp with a bit of a vanilla aroma.
Perfect. I'll take it.
All right, we're back. So now we're talking about wines, and one of the first things that really pop up is when we're talking about sushi and how we're trying to get a wine to go well with sushi.
All right, so the phrase here was to pair with wine. So sushi is notoriously difficult to pair with wine. Mm-hmm. All right, so when you talk about wine, you talk about pairing it with food, P-A-I-R, to pair.
That's right. So, for example, if you're having meat or poultry or chicken, you try to pair it with a wine, so basically that the flavors go well together.
So commonly we say that red wine pairs well with red meat, or fish and white wine pair well together. So you're pairing these two things means you're using them in the same meal.
That's right. Okay. So when we were talking about pairing a wine with sushi, the girl said, well, what about red wine? Wouldn't that pair well with sushi? And the attendant said, no. The red wine would be a jarring contrast.
So first of all, we have this word jarring. Something is jarring if it's loud, shocking, abrasive, difficult, annoying. So something that's jarring is loud. And a contrast is something that shows the differences in something.
That's right. So when we're saying that it would be a jarring contrast to have sushi with red wine, we're saying that they're just too different. Sushi is too different from the red wine flavor, so they wouldn't go well together.
That's right. And since jarring means it's a bad thing, we think the flavor will be wrong. It'll be bad. So we need to look for something else. And the salesperson suggested a wine that has more subtle flavors, white wine.
That's right. So this word subtle is actually spelled S-U-B-T-L-E, but the B is silent.
That's right. So we say subtle. And it's actually great because it's kind of like the opposite of jarring. Something that's not jarring is subtle.
Right. So it's a little bit more, I don't know, like relaxed, like not as loud.
It's not obvious. You have to really think about it and look for it. Something that's subtle is not obvious.
That's right. Now, talking about one specific type of white wine, we have a Chardonnay.
All right, so we know that there are many, many different kinds of wine out there, but there are some very common ones, and Chardonnay is one of those. I think Chardonnay tends to be a bit fruitier. Australia has some famous Chardonnays. California has some famous Chardonnays. So just remember that Chardonnay is a kind of white wine.
That's right, and one of the ways that they used it to describe Chardonnay is that it's one of the more full-bodied whites.
right, so whites here, we're talking about white wines, but something that's full-bodied. What does that mean, Marco?
So if a wine is full-bodied, it means that it has a little bit of a stronger flavor, like it's a more complete flavor. It's not as subtle.
All right, so we know that white wines are a bit more subtle than red wines in this case. But within white wines, you can have one that's very full-bodied. So this is a great phrase for describing wine. We don't really talk about other things being full-bodied. But wine can be full-bodied if it really has what you say, Marco, this big full taste, a bright taste.
That's right. And actually, the sales attendant suggested that, well, since the Chardonnay is too or is more full-bodied, then he would recommend maybe a Sauvignon Blanc.
All right, so Sauvignon Blanc. Blanc is the French word for white, but we use this all the time in English. Sauvignon Blanc being the kind of wine. Again, it's a white wine, and it's a bit brighter than the Chardonnay. That's what the salesperson said.
That's right. And when we're talking about wines, either red wines or white wines, this the way to describe it, or the different varieties, is actually a varietal of the wines, or the type of grape.
Right, so varietal, so you think of variety, varietal. Varietal is a specific wine word that we use to describe the kind of grape that go into a wine. So we know wine generally comes from grapes, they're crushed down, and then the alcohol comes from all the sugars. But each different kind of grape has a different flavor, and that's the varietal, the kind of grape.
That's right. So just think of it as the variety of the wines that you have, and it's a word used specifically for wines. And, well, when the attendant kept talking about the wines and the types of wines they have there, he mentioned that they have a small selection in the refrigerator or in the cooler.
So selection in this case means what the store has to offer. It means all of the wines that they sell.
Right.
So maybe if you have an extensive selection, it means you have many, many, many different kinds to choose from. But if you don't have an extensive selection, you have very few wines, that means that you have fewer things to sell.
That's right. So a wide selection of wines, or a small selection of wines. And lastly, talking about varietals, we also have what we call a blend of a few different types of grapes.
Right, so you can have blends of different things, but in terms of wine, we're talking about using different grapes together to make one wine. All right, so this is something that's pretty common, and it's a way to achieve different flavors.
That's right. So a blend. You also talk about it in, I think, whiskeys. You have a blended whiskeys.
That's right. So you can have a single malt, which is one grain in one barrel, or you can have a blend, which would be different grains fermented in different barrels mixed together later.
Okay. So a lot of great stuff here, all about wines. Let's listen to this dialogue one last time.
Hello there. Welcome to Wine World. Let me know if I can help you out at all.
Yes, please. I could really use some help. I'm going over to my boss's house for dinner tonight, and I don't know what kind of wine I should bring.
Okay. Do you know what kind of food will be served?
Well, his wife is Japanese. He said she makes really good sushi.
That's a bit of a challenge. Sushi is notoriously difficult to pair with wine. Well, let's see. It'll have to be a white wine, of course.
Why? Wouldn't a red wine go well with sushi?
No, I don't think so. Sushi is a very delicately flavored food, and red wine would be a jarring contrast. You need a white wine which has more subtle flavors to complement the fish.
I see. So I should get a bottle of Chardonnay. That's a white wine, right?
Yes, Chardonnay is a white wine, but I'm not sure it'd be your best bet. Chardonnay is one of the more full-bodied whites and tends to be a bit oaky. I'd suggest you go for something brighter, like this Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand.
Oh, the Sauvignon Blanc? What's that?
That's another varietal or type of grape, just like Chardonnay.
Let's see. The label says it's got attractive citrus and grassy aromas that give way to crisp mineral flavors and a bone-dry finish. Served chilled. Oh no, how long will it take to chill the wine? I'm on my way to dinner now.
Oh, it's okay, don't worry. We'll just choose a wine from the cooler. We don't have quite as extensive a selection over here, but this Rhone Valley White would be lovely.
All right, what varietal is that?
Well, this is a French wine, so they don't always specify the varietal on the label. The French believe that the soil a grape is grown in is one of the most important factors in the final flavor of the wine. This wine is probably a blend of a few different types of grapes, mostly Viognier, I'd guess.
And do you think this is a good wine?
Yes, this is one of our best sellers. It's not quite as dry as the Sauvignon Blanc we were looking at earlier, which means it's more approachable. It's light and crisp with a bit of a vanilla aroma.
Perfect. I'll take it.
All right, so obviously there are a lot more varietals out there. We only talked about two types of wines. We had a Chardonnay and a Sauvignon Blanc.
That's right. And the only wines we talked about were white wines. Of course, there's a whole world of red wines out there. And then between red and white, you have rosé, which are those pink wines.
Those pink wines, yeah.
Yeah.
And but actually, it's interesting because the culture of drinking wine is not as extensive as we think it is. In many parts of the world, they're not really used to drinking wine.
That's right. But then you go to places like France and Italy and South America, like Argentina, Chile, and you experience these different cultures of wine that are quite, I think, quite interesting because they're so different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. And it's become even healthy to drink wine. Medical tests show that if you have one glass of wine with dinner every day, it reduces your chances of heart disease.
That's right. There's some special ingredient. I'm not sure what it is, but obviously you don't want to drink too much.
Right.
But if you have a little bit, it's good for your heart. I think red wine, they say, is good for your heart.
Yeah, red wine. So it's interesting, but obviously maybe in your countries you don't drink wine, or maybe you have a particular type of wine. Like in China, they have, isn't it plum wine? Rice wine.
Rice wine in China, and plum wine, I think, in Japan.
In Japan. So maybe you have a specific type of wine that you want to let us know about. And of course, if you have any questions or comments, we're always there.
Check us out at EnglishPod.com.
All right, we'll see you there. Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Publicly or generally known, as for a particular trait. Notoriously. The way something smells. Aroma. Invigorating. Crisp. No moisture, dry. Bone dry. Fine or delicate. Subtle.
Let's try that faster.
Invigorating. Crisp. Fine or delicate. Subtle. No moisture, dry. Bone dry. The way something smells. Aroma. Publicly or generally known, as for a particular trait. Notoriously.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Aroma. This wine has a very strong aroma of fruit. Aroma. I think their aroma is spicy and woody. Aroma. Their aroma is very subtle. It's hard to smell. Notoriously. This is a notoriously hard wine to produce due to the weather. Notoriously. He notoriously stole all the money from the bank last summer. Notoriously. They are notorious in the way they do business with foreigners. Crisp. This wine has a very crisp flavor. Crisp. My mum always makes my shirts crisp and clean. Crisp. The air is nice and crisp today. Subtle. There was a subtle hint of anger in his voice. Subtle. He gave me a subtle clue to why he committed the murder. Subtle. This wine has a very subtle spicy taste. Bone dry. I love his bone dry humor. Bone dry. This lake is bone dry. There hasn't been any rain in ages. Bone dry. This wine is too bone dry for my liking.
Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're doing something that makes a lot of people very nervous when they come to America.
That's right. Today we are arriving to the airport, but before we can leave, we need to pass through customs and immigration.
All right, customs and immigration. So anyone who comes into the United States, American, not American, doesn't matter, you have to go through this gate. So let's learn about some of these phrases and questions in today's dialogue.
Good afternoon. Passport and arrival card, please.
Here you are.
Where are you coming from?
China.
Is this your country of birth or residence?
I just work there.
What is the purpose of your visit to the United States?
I'm here on vacation.
How long do you plan to stay in the United States?
Almost 3 weeks.
Sir, you didn't fill out the information on your arrival card of where you'll be staying.
Oh, I'm sorry, but there are a couple different places I will travel to within the United States, so I wasn't sure what to put.
You must specify an address on the place where you will spend most of your time.
Okay. Here you are.
Do you have enough means to support yourself while you're here?
Yes, I have some traveler's checks and 2 credit cards.
Very good. Do you have anything to declare?
Nope, I only have my clothes and camera.
Very well, sir. Welcome to the United States. Enjoy your visit.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at some of that language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
The first thing we have to learn about is the arrival card. So, good afternoon, passport and arrival card, please. That's the first line of the dialogue.
That's right. So your arrival card, usually you will get on the airplane before you land. And basically you just have to put your name, your passport number, where you're from, and basic information like this that you must give to the immigration officer.
Great. So what is the opposite of arrival card? What do you fill out when you leave America?
That's right. Some countries require you to fill out a departure card.
All right. So some countries, not all, but you'll usually get an arrival card, which means that you have to give your name and basic information.
That's right. So we are talking to the immigration officer, and he asks, is this your country of birth or residence?
All right, let's break that down. Country of birth. So birthday, that makes me think of where I was born. Mm-hmm. So what country were you born in? That's another way to ask this question.
That's right. So since we said we are coming from China, the immigration officer wants to know if we are Chinese or if we simply live there. And that's why he says, or residence.
So residence, it's a noun, it's a thing. My country of residence is the place where I live. Mm-hmm. So I'm American, but maybe my country of residence is France because I live in France.
That's right. So it's different from your country of birth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, moving on, when the immigration officer was asking us about money, we said that we have some traveler's checks and 2 credit cards.
All right, so credit cards are pretty clear, but what exactly are traveler's checks and how are they different from normal checks?
So traveler's checks are kind of a convenient way to carry money because you have these little pieces of paper that have a certain amount on them. So, for example, $500 each. And if you lose it, it's not a problem because no one can exchange those checks for cash unless it's you.
All right, so my traveler's check, I buy these from the bank. They have my name on them, my passport number on them. And to spend them as money, I need to show my passport or my proof of identification. Or proof of identity. So basically, if someone steals my traveler's checks, if I lose my traveler's checks, I don't have to worry because no one else can spend them but me.
Exactly. They were very, very popular back before credit cards were so popular.
Yeah.
Now you don't really see too many traveler's checks, but it's still convenient. All right, so a lot of language there. Why don't we listen to our dialogue again?
Good afternoon. Passport and arrival card, please.
Here you are.
Where are you coming from?
China.
Is this your country of birth or residence?
I just work there.
What is the purpose of your visit to the United States?
I'm here on vacation.
How long do you plan to stay in the United States?
Almost 3 weeks.
Sir, you didn't fill out the information on your arrival card of where you'll be staying.
Oh, I'm sorry, but there are a couple different places I will travel to within the United States, so I wasn't sure what to put.
You must specify an address on the place where you will spend most of your time.
Okay. Here you are.
Do you have enough means to support yourself while you're here?
Yes, I have some traveler's checks and 2 credit cards.
Very good. Do you have anything to declare?
Nope, I only have my clothes and camera.
Very well, sir. Welcome to the United States. Enjoy your visit.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at some of those key questions that the immigration officer asks us on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
All right, this first sentence, this first question is actually something that a lot of learners of English have a hard time with. Where are you coming from?
Right. So the immigration officer is sitting there at his desk and you are arriving on an airplane. So what he wants to know is, what country are you arriving from?
So if I am on a flight from France to America, I say, I'm arriving from France. I'm
France.
coming from France.
That's right.
But here's a big thing. What if he says, where are you from?
Now he's asking you for your nationality. So then you wouldn't say France because you're not French.
I'm not French. I'm American. So I'd say, I am American, but I'm coming from France.
Yes. So this is a very typical question that English learners confuse because, as you can see, it's very, very similar. But you just have one word that you add on and it completely changes the question. So when the immigration officer asks you, where are you coming from? You tell them what country you got on the plane.
All right. So where did you leave to come to America? Did you leave from France, China, Ghana? So that's the answer to that question.
Exactly. Because most of the time, immigration officers will never ask you where you are from because they will see your passport.
They know. Yeah.
They know. So, okay. Now, once we give them our passport, we tell them that we just work in China. We're not Chinese. He asks, what is the purpose of your visit to the United States?
What's the purpose of your visit? Now, purpose means goal or aim. So there are a couple of standard answers to this question, but basically the immigration officer wants to know, why are you in America? Why are you coming here?
That's right. So you have, as Catherine says, a couple of different ways of answering that. We're saying here that we are here on vacation. I'm here on vacation.
Tourism.
Business. Right.
Seeing family. These are all acceptable answers.
That's right. So now that we've told the officer all of this information, we actually forgot to fill out our address on our arrival card. So he says that we must specify an address.
All right, so to specify, this is a verb. It means to indicate or write down or identify, because right now there is no address where we're going to stay. So to specify means to basically to tell someone where it is, to be exact.
That's right. So you need to specify an address of where you will be during the time you're in the United States. It could be a hotel, any place.
Right, but it can't be like Chicago.
Right. No, it can't be a city. It's got to be an address.
Address. So 10 South Street, Chicago, Illinois.
That's right. Now, we told the immigration officer where we're going to be, and he asks a very important question, also very, very common. do you have enough means to support yourself while you are here?
So means, in this instance, means resources or money. So do you have enough money to pay for your housing, your food? That's the question.
Right.
So means to support yourself. That means, can you pay for yourself? Who's paying for this trip?
Exactly. So this is why we say, yeah, we have some traveler's checks and a couple of credit cards. And lastly, we also need to answer if we have anything to declare. But what does this mean? To declare what?
To declare at customs, okay? But we don't normally ask to declare at customs. We just say, do you have anything to declare? This is because normally when we travel to other countries, there are special taxes for certain goods. For example, if I want to come to America and I have 3 bottles of wine, I have to give one away because I'm only allowed to bring in 2 bottles.
Right.
So I have to declare 2 bottles of wine. Or money. I'm only allowed to bring $10,000. If I bring $15,000, I have to write that down and say I have this extra money, and then I pay tax.
Right.
So basically, they will ask you, what are you bringing to America? And if there are special things like money or things you will sell or alcohol, cigarettes, you have to declare these. You have to explain what you're carrying.
That's right. So this is a very important question also. Most of the time, obviously, if you're on tourism, you don't have much to declare, but maybe like if Catherine says, maybe you are going to buy a house in the United States and you have $20,000 in your luggage, then you need to tell them that.
That's right. So that's called declaring, to declare at customs.
All right. So let's take a break and listen to our dialogue one last time.
Good afternoon. Passport and arrival card, please.
Here you are.
Where are you coming from?
China.
Is this your country of birth or residence?
I just work there.
What is the purpose of your visit to the United States?
I'm here on vacation.
How long do you plan to stay in the United States?
Almost 3 weeks.
Sir, you didn't fill out the information on your arrival card of where you'll be staying.
Oh, I'm sorry, but there are a couple different places I will travel to within the United States, so I wasn't sure what to put.
You must specify an address on the place where you will spend most of your time.
Okay. Here you are.
Do you have enough means to support yourself while you're here?
Yes, I have some traveler's checks and 2 credit cards.
Very good. Do you have anything to declare?
Nope, I only have my clothes and camera.
Very well, sir. Welcome to the United States. Enjoy your visit.
All right. So when you're arriving to immigration, obviously all these questions are very, very common. You will be asked. But when you're arriving there are actually 2 different sections that you have to go to, right?
That's right. There's 2 different lines. Maybe many lines, but they'll have a sign on top. One says U.S. passports or U.S. passport holders. And that means the line for Americans coming home to America. But for most people who are traveling to America, they're foreigners, they have to go to the other line. So that's non-U.S. passport holders.
That's right. Now remember that you don't really have to get nervous when you're talking to the immigration officer. Just you have to take it easy and just try to answer the questions. Most of them will speak a couple of words in many popular languages like Chinese or Spanish or Arabic. Because obviously some people that go on holiday to the United States, maybe they don't speak English.
That's right. So there's nothing to be worried about. These people are there to make sure that America is safe. They want to check the bags. They want to know who's coming into the country. And they're just doing their job being basically policing the borders.
Right.
But it's pretty simple. The most annoying part of customs for me is waiting in line.
Yeah, you have so many people arrive at the same time that you can wait in line maybe an hour sometimes.
Sometimes. So again, just be honest. And, I think people will try to understand you if you're having a hard time.
Exactly. So if you have any questions or comments, you can find us at englishpod.com, and we'll see you guys there.
Bye.
Bye. The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
A form of identification that allows someone to travel. Passport. An act of arriving, a coming. Arrival. The place, especially the house in which a person lives or resides. Residence. A person or thing that travels. Traveler. To state something officially. Declare. Reason for doing something. Purpose. Have holidays. Vacation.
Let's try that faster.
To state something officially. Declare. A person or thing that travels. Traveler. A form of identification that allows someone to travel. Passport. Reason for doing something. Purpose. The place, especially the house in which a person lives or resides. Residence. Have holidays. Vacation. An act of arriving, a coming. Arrival.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Passport. Hello, sir. Could you please show me your passport? Passport. You need to have a passport if you wish to fly overseas. Passport. This passport isn't real. Please come with me, sir. Declare. Do you have any goods to declare? Declare. If you have goods that you didn't declare, you face a fine or possible jail time. Declare. He forgot to declare that he had a crocodile in his pants. Purpose. What is the purpose of coming to this town? Purpose. He told me his purpose of coming here was to find work. Purpose. There is no purpose in walking around at night dressed in a monkey suit. Residence. Where is your current place of residence? Residence. Any idea where your uncle is residing nowadays? Residence. He did not tell me his place of residence. I cannot find him. Vacation. I can't wait to go on vacation to Australia. Vacation. I had to cancel my vacation plans this year due to work commitments. Vacation. Hopefully, I can go on vacation with no family coming along.
Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we have a very advanced lesson for you all about medicine.
That's right. Today we're going to take a look at what is very widely known as Chinese traditional medicine. So a very interesting topic in general.
That's right. And for people who use this, they might call it TCM, traditional Chinese medicine. So remember that there's that acronym as well. But let's take a listen to today's dialogue. And when we come back, we'll be discussing some of the important words and phrases in the dialogue.
What's wrong?
I have a headache. These past few days I've been living off painkillers. Man, I feel like my head is going to explode.
You should get acupuncture treatment. My mom was always having headache issues, and it was acupuncture that cured her.
The results are too slow. On top of that, just the thought of smoking needles poking into my flesh frightens me.
They don't just randomly stick you, they find your pressure points. The heat allows the body to immediately respond to the treatment, restoring the body's chi.
But I get scared the moment I see a needle. How could I stand having needles in my body for hours on end?
The needles are very thin, and as long as the doctor's technique is good and the patient himself is relaxed, it won't hurt. On the contrary, it will actually alleviate pain. Now, there are high-tech needles that are micro-thin. They don't hurt at all. However, if you are really scared of acupuncture, scraping or cupping are also options.
Scraping is too terrifying. When they finish scraping, your body is all red as if you were just tortured. Cupping is the same. Your body ends up with red circles all over it. It looks like someone beat you up.
This only signifies that the toxins have left the body. Actually, there's only discomfort during the treatment process. Once it's over, you'll feel very comfortable.
Chinese medicine is strange. The patients are already ill, and then the doctor makes them suffer more.
This is the only way to get at the problem. Anyway, if you want to relieve the pain, you are just going to have to be tough and do it.
Forget it. I don't want to inflict any more pain on myself. In a little while, I'll go and buy some more painkillers and take a nap.
All right, we're back. So now, obviously, we are talking about what is commonly known as alternative medicine because, well, we know that traditional medicine nowadays is doctors, you have antibiotics, that sort of thing. And here you're actually using these techniques and these different ways of curing someone. So the first thing that comes to mind here is acupuncture.
That's right. So acupuncture is usually considered a part of Chinese medicine, and it's a kind of medicine that uses needles in different parts of the body. So it might look really scary because you see people lying on their stomachs with needles coming out of their backs.
Right. And those the places where they put the needles in, they're called pressure points, right?
That's right. And pressure points are things that we talk about with massages as well. So a good masseuse, a person who does a massage, will also look for these pressure points, which are key points on the body. And in acupuncture, they'll put these needles into those points as well, because each point relates to a different part of the body, like the liver or the kidneys.
Right. So it's actually very interesting, the fact that by sticking a needle in one of these pressure points, they are curing or alleviating the pain of maybe, like you say, your kidney or your liver or something like this.
This is a really great word, though, Marco, the word that you just used, to alleviate pain. Now, to alleviate pain means to make the pain go away.
Right.
So we heard the opposite of that as well, also at the very end of today's dialogue.
Right. So the opposite of alleviate would be to inflict pain.
This is to do pain to yourself or to someone else.
To cause pain.
To cause pain. So to alleviate is to take it away, and to inflict is to cause.
Right. So now acupuncture is very popular, sticking needles in people's pressure points. It does seem like it would hurt, but there are other ones that maybe are not as widely known. The next one that we're going to talk about is scraping.
Scraping. So to scrape is a verb, and you can scrape the bottom of your plate with your spoon, or you can scrape on, sometimes cats like to scrape on the furniture. They use their claws and make that sound. But in this case, scraping is a little bit more maybe painful sounding. What do they do in scraping?
So basically, it's the same thing. They use different tools, and they scrape your body. They just, I don't know, basically what I understand from it is that they are extracting the illness by taking it out of your skin.
So they use what looks like a small knife or like a flat, kind of sharp blade, and they actually kind of take off the top layer of your skin. They scrape it away.
Yeah. It's very, very painful from what I've heard. I've never done it myself, but as we see in the dialogue, it does look very it looks like you've been hit or treated poorly in prison or something, because your skin is red and almost bleeding.
That's right. And another one that actually looks quite painful when you see someone after they've done it is called cupping.
Right. Now, this one you might have seen even in the last Karate Kid movie. Basically, it's a little round bulb or a little round glass cup, and the doctor, the Chinese doctor, will light a piece of cotton and will put the cup over it, and the suction effect that by putting out the fire and it sucks up all the oxygen and everything causes the cup to suck onto your skin really, really tight.
Yeah, it's like you put it onto your skin, so it creates a vacuum, right?
Exactly.
There's no air coming in, and that way the cup that there's no air in has to pull out all of those chemicals and those toxins and that oil from your skin and take it away.
Right.
Right, so it's actually pulling at your skin.
Yeah, and well, that's the thing with the vacuum effect is so great, and pulling it out with such force that you're actually left with a big purple or red circle on your skin from, I guess, the blood clot type thing.
That's
effect
right.
that is caused by it. So you will see a person's back maybe, and they have bruises, yeah, like 6, 7, 10 bruises on their backs.
Although I am told that even though it's very painful and it looks even more painful, the effect is that it does help your circulation. It helps the blood in your body move around more freely.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing, and even though that it looks painful and it may be painful while they're doing it, I've heard that after it's done, even though it looks like it should hurt, it looks like a bruise, it doesn't hurt like a bruise. So people don't actually say, oh, don't touch my back, it really hurts. It doesn't really seem that way.
Well, and there's an interesting line in the dialogue that is related to this. It's about scraping, actually, but you can say it about cupping as well. Your body is all red, as if you were just tortured. Now, as if you were tortured, or we could say, as if you were beaten up. And in this case, was the person tortured?
No. So it's basically a relation, or making that relation that your skin is so, let's say, bloody that it looks as if you were tortured. So it seems like somebody hit you with a whip or something.
It looks like you were tortured, but you weren't.
Right.
So as if is a way for us to make a comparison or an analogy.
Right. I think you can see it in maybe books, So maybe you would describe a guy saying, oh, he was really angry, as if he had rabies.
Yeah, it's as if he had rabies. Like he doesn't, but he's acting like he does.
Or maybe you run into the kitchen and eat so much food as if you hadn't eaten in days.
Exactly. So you have, obviously, but you're acting like someone who is starving.
So yeah, that is an interesting way to describe or to make a connection between two different things. And, well, Chinese traditional medicine as well, a very interesting and historical form of treating illnesses. Now, I'm told that it does work, even though some people are very skeptical about it, and I don't think it's accepted in the international medical field.
Well, I think that there's Western medicine, which has its benefits. You have penicillin and all of these different antibiotics to help us combat different diseases and bacteria. But also traditional Chinese medicine kind of helps other things. I think there is a spirituality, this idea that we have a qi. There are positive and negative forces in our bodies, and sometimes trauma or big events will make that qi kind of it'll affect it in a bad way, so the qi is unbalanced. And so a lot of this is about rebalancing your system. And if you believe that and you really understand that, there are certain forces inside your body, then I'm sure this kind of medicine has a positive effect on you.
Right. I believe that it does have its ups and downs. I was very skeptical about it until once, actually, I had a very, very bad headache, and somebody took and pushed a pressure point on my finger, on my thumb, for about maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and the headache was gone.
Wow.
So I was very much amazed, but at the same time, when people are treated maybe for for, maybe they can conceive a baby and they're doing these rituals or giving them ginger or different roots to drink and eat and stuff. I don't know if that really does help or what evidence there is that it actually does work.
Well, I think that's something that also is important to look at on an individual basis. You know, I don't think even some Western medicines help all the time if you're not in a place where you believe that it will work. So
yeah, but the interesting aspect of it is, of course, so many years ago, we're talking about hundreds or thousands of years ago, when there was no Western medicine, and then people were being cured and treated by these techniques, which actually worked. So there is a very interesting aspect that maybe even Western medicine can learn from traditional medicine like this.
Definitely.
So it's an interesting topic, Oriental medicine, Western medicine, but we want to know what you think about it.
We also want to know, in your home country, do you have a traditional kind of medicine or any medical alternatives to Western medicine? Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right, we'll see you guys there.
Bye.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Chinese medical practice or procedure that treats illness or provides local anesthesia by the insertion of needles at specified sites of the body. Acupuncture. A point on the skin that is extremely sensitive to pressure because of the presence of pressure-sensing organs. Pressure point. An act or manner of treating. Treatment. A small, slender, rod-like instrument, usually of polished steel, with a sharp point at one end. Needle. The process of drawing blood from the body and the application of a cupping glass. Cupping. The soft substance of a human or other animal body, consisting of muscle and fat. Flesh. A drug, treatment, or anything else that relieves pain. Painkiller.
Let's try that faster.
A small, slender, rod-like instrument, usually of polished steel, with a sharp point at one end. Needle. The soft substance of a human or other animal body, consisting of muscle and fat. Flesh. Chinese medical practice or procedure that treats illness or provides local anesthesia by the insertion of needles at specified sites of the body. Acupuncture. A point on the skin that is extremely sensitive to pressure because of the presence of pressure-sensing organs. Pressure point. A drug, treatment, or anything else that relieves pain. Painkiller. The process of drawing blood from the body and the application of a cupping glass. Cupping. An act or manner of treating. Treatment.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Treatment. Don't worry, my father's treatment will make you feel better in no time. Treatment. This seems like a really weird treatment. Treatment. I'm skeptical of any treatments that are not of Western origin. Painkiller. I have such a bad headache. I need some painkillers. Painkiller. This works really well as a painkiller. Painkiller. You shouldn't rely on painkillers all the time, as you may develop an unhealthy addiction. Pressure point. My brother would not be quiet, so I grabbed him by a pressure point to make him. Pressure point. Massaging the pressure points is a great way to relieve stress. Pressure point. You have to be careful with pressure points as it could really hurt someone. Acupuncture. I'm scared to go get acupuncture. I don't like needles. Acupuncture. Since I got acupuncture last week, I no longer have any pain in my back. Acupuncture. I attempted acupuncture on my dad, but I accidentally put a needle in his eye. Cupping. I'm being accused of beating my husband because he is all bruised from cupping. Cupping. Cupping is a great method to improve energy flow. Cupping. I'm going to get cupping done today to help cure my cold.
Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today, Marco, we're talking about some very special places, right?
That's right. Today we're going to talk about the famous list of the 7 wonders of the world. So you've probably heard about this before.
We're not going to tell you what this means quite yet. Take a listen to today's dialogue, and when we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about what these wonders are and where they are.
Have you seen this news article? Apparently, an organization has made a list to name the new 7 wonders of the world, and people could vote for them online.
Wow, that's really interesting. So, who won?
Well, the Great Wall of China, the Taj Mahal in India.
I've been there. It really is an amazing work of architecture and art. The entire complex is made of white marble, and in the interior of the tomb, the walls are covered with gems and emeralds.
Cool. Also amongst the winners is Petra in Jordan, Machu Picchu in Peru, and the pyramid in Chichen Itza in Mexico.
Wait a minute. It also says that the Christ Redeemer statue in Brazil and the Colosseum in Rome are wonders. I would love to go to Italy and see the Colosseum, stand in the middle like a gladiator.
Well, let's see if we can find some cheap airfare and we can go towards the end of the year.
Good idea.
All right, we're back. So let's talk about these very interesting places all over the world. Now on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So the set phrase for this, Marco, is the 7 wonders of the world. Mm-hmm. Now, the key here is the word wonder. What is a wonder?
Right. A wonder is something very amazing, incredible. It's something that's beyond your imagination almost.
That's right. You can't even imagine how man or how someone created it. Mm-hmm. And so wonderful is a similar word. That's an adjective. Something that's just great, fantastic is wonderful. A wonder is something very, very special. And here we have 7 of them.
That's right. So it's a list basically that you can see even online about these wonders all over the world, and they're so special because they are amazing works of art and architecture. And starting off with one of the most famous ones is in China. It's the Great Wall of China.
I think what's special about this, I've heard, is that when astronauts are in space, it's so long and so distinct, they can actually see the Great Wall.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well. It's a very long wall, thousands of kilometers long.
That's right, and it goes east to west, all across the northern border of China.
That's right. So it's a very big wall. And what's interesting about it is that it was built such a long time ago and that the techniques used to make it were very special.
That's right. And sometimes you might hear us talk about the Great Wall instead of the Great Wall of China. And so that's just a hint. It's easy to say Great Wall. You can say them both ways, though.
Exactly. Now, moving west towards India, we have another very amazing work of architecture. It's called the Taj Mahal.
Now, the Taj Mahal is in North India in a city called Agra. And it's very special because it's massive. It's very big. And it's all white marble.
That's right. And it's interesting because this place, the Taj Mahal, is not really a temple. It was actually a tomb.
All right. Now, that's an interesting word to look at. A tomb is a place where we bury someone. You know, after someone dies, maybe if you have a lot of money, you're very rich, you want to put that body in a very special sacred place, and that's called a tomb.
That's right. So this is actually what the Taj Mahal is. Now, we saw in the dialogue that the entire complex of the Taj Mahal is made of white marble. So when we talk about the entire complex, what do we mean?
Well, complex here is a noun. You might have heard it in other situations where it's an adjective. It means something different. But here a complex means many buildings together, right? So you can say the Taj Mahal is one building, but the Taj Mahal complex maybe has 4 or 5 buildings together. So a side temple and a gatehouse. And so we say a complex is a grouping of buildings.
That's right. Very good. So now let's move on. Let's take a look at language takeaway part 2, and let's continue talking about these wonders of the world.
Now, the top of our list in language takeaway part 2 is actually a place I would love to go to. I've never been there. It's in Jordan, which is a country in the Middle East, and it's called Petra.
Petra, that's right. This is actually a city, but it's also known as the lost city of Petra, right?
That's right. And what's unique about this city is that the city is built. It's carved out of stone in this cliff. So it's not just pieces of stone put together. It's actually inside the rocks.
Exactly. So it's very famous. You've probably seen it in movies like Indiana Jones. There's a big part of the scenes that go on inside Petra.
Very special place, and again, very unique. Now, the next site is actually very far away in South America, and again, it's ancient and very intricate. It's called Machu Picchu.
That's right. So this is in one of those very old cities that are actually in ruins now. And the interesting thing about it is that it's very high up in like a little mountain.
And those mountains there, those are the Andes, right?
That's right. So Machu Picchu, also a very famous place. Many visitors from all over the world go there as well. And another main attraction around the world are the pyramids. So we have some pyramids in Egypt. I think those are the most well-known ones.
That's right. The pyramids in Egypt, like the Pyramid at Giza, are very big structures. I mean, they're huge, and they were built thousands of years ago, but they're still here because they were built so well. But there are also very famous pyramids like the one we heard about today in the dialogue in Mexico.
That's right. It's a little bit different though, because the pyramids, as we most of us know them, they're very smooth on the sides, you would say.
Yeah, you can't climb on them really, right?
Well, this one in Mexico actually has kind of like steps. So it's a different type of pyramid, but the shape is very similar.
All right. So the pyramids here are in a place called Chichen Itza. You might have heard of that. And we have another place, though, which is also in South America in the city of Rio de Janeiro. Now, this one is actually a statue, right?
That's right. It's called the Christ Redeemer. It's a very big statue, very famous. You've seen it maybe in pictures. It's a statue of Jesus with his arms open.
Now, the word redeemer, okay, a redeemer is a person, someone who does something, who redeems. What does it mean to be a redeemer?
Well, a redeemer is a person that saves souls, for example. So if you redeem yourself, you're redeeming yourself of your sins, maybe.
Well, yeah, you're taking value back, right? And so in the case of Jesus, he is taking away the sins of the world and he's redeeming, that's why his arms are out. He's redeeming all people. And that's the idea, I think, behind the Christ Redeemer.
The verb redeem, like you can use it in everyday life. If you take a coupon and you redeem it.
That means you collect the value.
You collect the value, right? So you can use it, actually, this word in everyday life.
You can.
And moving on now towards Europe, we have the famous Colosseum.
Ooh, now I love this one. I've actually been there, and I know you have too recently.
Yes.
But this is a circular, like a round stadium. So it's a place where you play sports. Well, you did. It's from, thousands of years ago, the Roman Empire. And it's in very good shape, I would say. You can still see it.
Yeah, so it's generally called the Colosseum, although a Colosseum, as we know it now, can also be the same thing, right? A structure where sports or activities are played.
Basically, yeah, a Colosseum is an old stadium. But the Colosseum, like you said, is definitely the Colosseum in Rome.
That's right. And we've probably seen movies of ancient Rome where sports or activities were taking place, specifically gladiator fights. So that's our word there, gladiator.
Yeah, that's right. So a gladiator is actually a person. And a gladiator was a man who thousands of years ago during the Roman Empire would fight maybe other men or animals. And he had to fight to stay alive.
So that was his profession, basically, to be a gladiator. So now as you are a boxer, back then you were a gladiator.
Yeah, and there are actually some very famous movies about gladiators, like the movie Gladiator with Russell Crowe. So it's a pretty common word these days.
That's right. Okay, so let's take a break. Let's listen to our dialogue again, and we'll be back in a bit.
Have you seen this news article? Apparently, an organization has made a list to name the new 7 wonders of the world, and people could vote for them online.
Wow, that's really interesting. So, who won?
Well, the Great Wall of China, the Taj Mahal in India.
I've been there. It really is an amazing work of architecture and art. The entire complex is made of white marble, and in the interior of the tomb, the walls are covered with gems and emeralds.
Cool. Also amongst the winners is Petra in Jordan, Machu Picchu in Peru, and the pyramid in Chichen Itza in Mexico.
Wait a minute. It also says that the Christ Redeemer statue in Brazil and the Colosseum in Rome are wonders. I would love to go to Italy and see the Colosseum, stand in the middle like a gladiator.
Well, let's see if we can find some cheap airfare and we can go towards the end of the year.
Good idea.
All right, so this list that we gave you are actually the new 7 wonders of the world. It was voted online, people all over the world out of different candidates or different places that were considered to be the new 7 wonders of the world. Among those, like some of them that didn't win, for example, was Angkor Wat in Cambodia.
Yeah, I never understood that. I think Angkor Wat is such an amazing place and so big, and it was the heart of this old civilization.
Right.
And instead, we have other things like a statue.
Yeah. I don't agree with it as well. But actually, the Statue of Liberty of the United States was also considered as a candidate for a wonder of the world.
Well, that's right. America doesn't have any wonders.
You have natural wonders, I think. The Grand Canyon is considered, I think, one of those natural wonders.
Yes, and I think Niagara Falls also maybe. Yeah. But that's an interesting point, though, Marco. We've got the great wonders of the world, and we've got the natural wonders.
Right.
What's the difference?
Well, a natural wonder of the world means that it's there naturally. It's not man-made. All of these things that we see here, somebody had to make them. Whereas, for example, the Grand Canyon or Niagara Falls, they are there naturally. It's by nature.
All right, so man-made versus natural or made by nature.
Right. So it's very interesting because you have, like we said, natural 7 wonders of the world. You have these, the new ones. You have the ancient world wonders, which like none of them are exist anymore.
That's
I think
right.
only the pyramids,
the gardens the hanging gardens of Babylon and the Colossus at Rhodes.
Yeah,
those ones are very cool, but not, like you said,
you can't
not
see them
around anymore.
So, but maybe some of you actually, maybe your countries were considered to host one of these wonders, or maybe you voted for some of them.
Yeah, let us know. What is a wonder where you come from? Doesn't have to be on this list. It can be something you think is wonderful. Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com.
All right, we'll see you guys there.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
A mausoleum located in India made entirely of white marble. Taj Mahal. An extensive wall in China that kept invaders at bay. Great Wall. The art and science of designing buildings. Architecture. A historical city in Jordan which was carved out of the mountain. Petra. An ancient Incan city set high in the Andes Mountains in Peru. Machu Picchu. A structure where the outer surfaces are triangular and converge at a point. Pyramid. An ancient amphitheater located in Rome. Colosseum. A monumental human creation that is amazing. Wonder. A person trained to entertain the public by engaging in mortal combat. Gladiator. A grave or other place of burial. Tomb.
Let's try that faster.
The art and science of designing buildings. Architecture. A person trained to entertain the public by engaging in mortal combat. Gladiator. A structure where the outer surfaces are triangular and converge at a point. Pyramid. An ancient amphitheater located in Rome. Colosseum. An extensive wall in China that kept invaders at bay. Great Wall. A historical city in Jordan which was carved out of the mountain. Petra. A mausoleum located in India made entirely of white marble. Taj Mahal. An ancient Incan city set high in the Andes Mountains in Peru. Machu Picchu. A grave or other place of burial. Tomb. A monumental human creation that is amazing. Wonder.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Architecture. The architecture of this town is very bizarre. Architecture. I wish my city was designed better. The architecture looks like it comes from outer space. Architecture. My friend wanted his new house to have architecture like that of Japan. Tomb. When the king died, he left all his treasure in the tomb. Tomb. His tomb is so big that you could fit a bus in there. Tomb. If anyone breaks into a tomb, they will have a curse put upon them. Wonder. I think the temples of Angkor Wat should be considered as one of the wonders of the world. Wonder. My dream is to visit all the wonders of the world before I die. Wonder. The only surviving wonder of the ancient world is the Pyramid of Giza. Pyramid. This building complex is very big. Pyramid. The temple complex of Angkor Wat has over a dozen temples. Pyramid. They are building a new housing complex next to my office. Great Wall. The prize is round-trip airfare to a destination of your choice. Great Wall. Airfare is set to increase with the higher cost of fuel. Great Wall. The UK has one of the highest airfare taxes in all of Europe.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're talking about American education and college life.
That's right. This is actually a user suggestion that they wanted to know more or less what it would be like a dialogue between friends on a typical day in college.
All right, so this is an advanced level lesson. We're going to be talking in a normal conversational speed. We're going to listen to the dialogue, and when we come back, we'll talk about some of these key phrases and words that might help you understand the dialogue better.
Hey, Jordan, is that you? Long time no see.
Oh, hey, no kidding. I haven't seen you since orientation 3 months ago. So, how you been? Settling into college life okay?
Yeah, I think so. I pledged Phi Iota Alpha, so I'm living at the frat house now.
Oh, so you're a frat boy now, huh?
Yeah, I know. It's totally cliche, but really, I think it's been a good decision. Got a lot of support and good suggestions from the guys. What about you? What have you been up to?
Not much. I'm still living at home and commuting to school. I ended up dropping that metalworking class I was so excited about. It just wasn't as interesting as I'd hoped. The guidance counselor suggested that I focus on my prerequisite courses so that I can make sure the credits count.
That sounds smart, but kind of boring.
Yeah, it is, a little bit. I joined the Great Outdoors Club, though, which has been a lot of fun. We've gone on 2 camping trips already, and I've made some good friends.
That's cool. Hey, so have you decided on your major yet?
Definitely pre-med. What about you?
I still have no clue. But we don't have to declare a major till our sophomore year, so I've got time. Oops, I'm late for class. Gotta run.
Okay, take care. Hey, nice running into you.
Yeah, you too.
All right, we're back. So now let's start with all these words and phrases on language takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So, hey Jordan, is that you? Long time no see. I love this phrase.
Right, this phrase, long time no see, which if you look at it, it doesn't really make sense. It looks like we're missing a couple words. It looks like an incomplete sentence.
Yeah, like the subject. Who?
Right.
I haven't seen you. You haven't seen you.
Right.
What? So really, the meaning of this is I haven't seen you in a long time.
Mm-hmm, that's right. And actually, I've heard that this phrase was taken from Chinese.
I've also heard that. So it's kind of like pidgin English. And now it's very, very common in English to say this. You say this with your friends. It's very casual. And yeah, long time no see.
Because if you translate this literally to Chinese, it makes sense, right?
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. All right, so we haven't seen our friend in a long time. And he's like, yeah, no kidding. You know what? I think it's been since orientation. So what is this orientation that he's talking about?
Now, this is an important part of the average American college experience. Orientation is a special time, maybe for 1 week or a couple of days, at the very beginning of your first year of university.
Okay.
All right. So my first week of school, I didn't have any classes, but I went to school, and with all of the other first-year students, we're called freshmen, I had to do activities and meet people and sign up for classes. And basically, orientation is a time when you learn about a new system or a new program.
So how it works, because maybe you don't really know yet how to pick your classes or where the dorms are or how the meals work if you have to go to the cafeteria, etc., right?
Exactly. And it comes from the verb to orient. So I orient myself by facing the right direction. So orientation is really about teaching you how to start in a new system.
Okay, very good. So, that was 3 months ago, and a lot has happened. Our speaker says that he pledged Phi Iota Alpha. What is this to pledge in this? Now, this is Greek as well.
Yeah. Phi Iota Alpha is Greek, and this means that we're talking about a fraternity. So fraternity is a group of boys, a sorority is a group of girls, and these are communities, so social societies, that you have to apply to be a member of. But we don't say apply.
Right, you pledge.
You pledge. So it's like I pledge allegiance. You say, I want to be in your group. I want to be in your fraternity. And so you will have to do special things to become a member.
So the verb to pledge would be to basically to promise something honorably or faithfully, right?
Exactly. And that's the nice way of putting it. But generally, when you talk about sororities and fraternities, these upperclassmen, so third, fourth year students, they make the students who are pledging do very weird things.
So as you said, this is for these two guys, this is for a fraternity. But if it's this type of club for girls, it's called a
sorority.
Okay, so it's different.
So I'm pledging this sorority. That means I'm trying to become a member of this sorority.
So I think it's worthwhile mentioning many of you have probably seen it in movies, these fraternities or sororities, and they all have names based on the Greek alphabet.
Right. So the letters Phi Iota Alpha or Kappa Kappa Gamma, these are the letters that are basically represent the name of the fraternity. And what's interesting is that maybe I am in Kappa Kappa Gamma at my school. There's another school with another Kappa Kappa Gamma. We're all related. It's the same social community. So they sometimes do events together, things like that.
So actually these fraternities or sororities, it's not independent to a school. It's actually like a wide network of people that belong to this club.
Exactly. It's a national network usually.
So it's kind of like being in the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, similar, except the activities are much different.
That's right. So these people, they may live at the frat house, like in this dialogue, he's living at the frat house.
Now remember here, fraternity, that becomes frat if we're talking colloquially. So the frat house is the fraternity house. It's where those boys live, but only the Phi Iota Alpha boys.
Right. So no one, if I have a friend and he's not Phi Iota Alpha, then he can't live there.
Exactly. And we have a similar thing for girls. That's the sorority house.
Okay, very good. So a frat house is the fraternity house, basically like their club house.
Where they live, though, yeah.
Right. And so sometimes guys that belong to fraternities, they're referred to as frat boys.
Hey, frat boy. Yeah, so fraternity boy. This is not always the nicest thing to say. It's got a negative meaning because a lot of the activities that frat boys do stereotypically involve lots of drinking and maybe being loud. So frat boy is someone who's in a fraternity, and it's usually a critical way of talking about those guys.
So this whole fraternity, sorority thing, as he said, is a little bit cliche, right?
Yeah, this is a great word. I use this a lot, actually. So something that's cliche would be almost what's expected,
right?
But in a bad way, right?
Right.
And so
you joining a fraternity is a little bit cliche because it's kind of like
it's what everyone does in the movies and on TV.
Right,
like, oh, I'm going to college. I'm going to join a fraternity. It's almost like boring. It's so normal.
Right.
But you could also say that like that movie, at the end of the movie, the man and the woman, they fought, but then they got back together. It's so cliche.
Right. So it's something that's overused, expected, very typical.
Uninteresting, yeah.
Uninteresting, okay. So we have a cliche. We're saying that a fraternity is cliche. Now, the other guy, on the other hand, is living off campus. He lives at home, but he said he commutes to school every day. So he says, I'm commuting to school.
This is interesting. Now, in America, there's usually two options. One is to live on campus. That means to live at your university in a dormitory or an apartment. But many people commute. And this means they drive to school every day and then they drive home at night. They don't live on the campus.
So you can also commute to work every day, right? This is what people do. You don't live at the office.
Exactly. I hope not. No, this is a common thing. People will drive to work and you might ask them, how long is your commute? So you say, 1 hour. That means I drive 1 hour to work.
So if I take the bus or the train, the subway, is that also commuting?
It is. It doesn't matter how you do it. It just means you don't live where you work or where you study, so you have to travel there by some means of transportation.
Okay. So, well, now going back to the academic aspect of this dialogue, he said that he ended up dropping a class.
Okay, so to drop means to stop attending a class. Maybe you don't have enough time, maybe you don't like it, but to drop a class means you will no longer study, you will not take the tests, you will not get a grade. It's the opposite of to sign up for a class or to register for a class.
So the difference between dropping a class and failing a class is that basically you're making the decision to not go there anymore.
Exactly. And usually there's a time you can do this. So for the first 2 weeks, you can attend classes. And if you don't have enough time or you don't like a class, you can drop the class. But if you stay in the class, you just don't come or you do very poorly on your tests, that's called failing.
So there are some classes, because I don't know, can you drop any class or do you have to take them at some point?
That's a good question. That's our next phrase. That's a prerequisite course, right? So usually the university in America will tell you, you have to study math. You have to study 1 semester of science. You have to study English, for 1 semester. So these are called prerequisites. It's when the university tells you you have to study something.
Right. And I think you also have some courses that you can't take until you've passed some other course, right? So like, for example, you can't take economy unless you've passed, I don't know, calculus.
Exactly. That's another prerequisite. So we'd say the prerequisite for economics is calculus 1. Or the prerequisite for Spanish 200 is Spanish 100.
Right.
It means you have to take something before you take something else.
Right.
So there's two meanings of the word, but they're both related to requirements, what you have to do.
Okay, you need a requirement. Now, moving on and talking about the major, he said if you decided on a major, and he said, pre-med.
All right, so major, first of all, is what you choose to study, right?
Right. The focus of your study.
Exactly, the focus. You might study other classes, but your focus, your main interest area is one thing. And in his case, he's talking about pre-med. Now, what does pre-med stand for? Because it is a short version of a longer word.
Right. So it's pre-medicine.
Yeah, okay. So medicine is something you study if you want to be a doctor.
Right.
So because in America you don't become a doctor after 4 years.
Right.
You have to go get your BA, your bachelor's degree. And then you have to get your PhD, your doctorate. So people who want to go to graduate school first have to study many required courses. That's the pre-med focus.
Okay, so that's what he's talking about. He's definitely going to focus on pre-med.
He wants to be a doctor. He's not going to be a doctor soon, but he wants to start studying to be a doctor. So he will become a pre-med major.
And what about for lawyers? I know that there are also something that you focus on before.
There is, yeah. That's called pre-law. Same idea. Pre means before. So obviously a lawyer needs to study for a long time as well. And with your undergrad degree, so your first 4 years, you would study pre-law.
So this is what you focus on for your 4 years, and then you go into grad school and become an attorney or a specific type of lawyer.
But a lawyer doesn't have to study for a PhD. A lawyer studies for a JD. That's called, Juris Doctorate. That's the law degree.
Interesting. Okay. So, he's going into pre-med, but the other guy, he's like, well, I don't have a clue yet. And he doesn't have to declare a major until the sophomore year.
Okay, a couple things going on here. First of all, there are different names for each year.
Right.
So freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. 1, 2, 3, 4. So sophomore year is the second year.
So if you say I'm a sophomore student at XY University, that means you're in your second year.
Exactly. And he says that he doesn't have to declare a major until his second year, till his sophomore year. And this phrase, to declare a major, is very important. It means that you will tell the university what your focus will be.
Right.
And you have to do this. You can't just go to school and then graduate. You have to say, I will focus on this, because every major has what we just talked about, prerequisites.
Right. So, but in this first year, you don't have to tell the university yet what you want to study. Maybe you take a variety of courses and then you tell them, okay, now I'm going to focus on this, right?
Exactly. That's what I did. And that's very common for liberal arts schools. Maybe if you're in a specific trade school or you're in a certain track, you would have a different situation. But for me, liberal arts, I studied history, I studied philosophy, I studied language and literature. And then my sophomore year, my second year, I decided, I will study philosophy. And
So
that's,
you're going to focus on that.
yes, one thing.
So it's interesting because in many other countries, the education system requires you to declare your major before you start studying, right? You say, well, I'm going to study business, and then your 4 years are around that. Whereas in some places in the United States, or for some majors, you don't have to do that.
That's true. And I've also heard in England, for example, you have one area of study, one major, and that's all you study.
Right, because in the U.S., you can get a major in history with a minor in philosophy, right?
Exactly. I was the opposite. I had a major in philosophy and a minor in history. So major means something bigger, more important, and minor is smaller or less important. And a minor is your second field of study. So you take fewer classes, but you still know something about that.
But do they always have to be related? Because, like, for example, can you be a major of philosophy with a minor in, I don't know, astronomy or something like that?
Absolutely. Something like pre-med, so medicine, it's hard because there's so many requirements.
Right.
But I had a number of friends who were major in computer science and a minor in literature, for example.
Really?
So you can mix it up at certain schools. Yeah.
So what would be the advantage of that, of doing something like that? You know, because most places or most education systems say that or teach that, you know, you should specialize, you should be focused on one area. So if you're in computer science, then you should be focused on that. So why would somebody specialize in computer science in their major, but then take a minor in, like, literature or something?
Well, let's use that example. I think one of the benefits for the liberal arts degree, and this is something they talk about a lot in education, is that you have a broad area of knowledge. So yes, you know a lot about computer science. You have to graduate.
Right.
But maybe in your future you will write articles about computer science, or you want a blog, or you want a job that has a public relations aspect. You need to know how to write.
Right.
And you're not going to learn how to write in all of your computer science classes, but you will by reading a lot and writing a lot in your literature classes.
Right.
So some people like to say that it's very good to mix up business and languages or computer science and literature, because it's a way to be well-rounded.
That's right. That's actually interesting, because in most places, specifically in the exact sciences fields, they focus more on that, like engineers. It's all about engineering, math, and all this. But the human aspect, like you said, or the liberal arts aspect, like literature or history, they don't get much of that. So when you actually have to become a manager or write or manage people, you don't really have the skills to do that because you never really took a class.
That's right. And it can be very hard to learn how to write well and to speak well all of a sudden, you know?
Right.
And I think that's where people struggle also when they're applying for jobs. So I don't know. I believe in being a well-rounded individual. Obviously, there's some benefits to being very, very knowledgeable about one thing. So I guess we could ask you guys, our users, do you believe that it's better to be knowledgeable about one thing or maybe more well-rounded and to be an expert in many different things?
That's right. Yeah, you should let us know. Let's jump into our dialogue one last time. Let's take a look at what everyone was saying, and we'll be back in a bit.
Hey, Jordan, is that you? Long time no see.
Oh, hey, no kidding. I haven't seen you since orientation 3 months ago. So, how you been? Settling into college life okay?
Yeah, I think so. I pledged Phi Iota Alpha, so I'm living at the frat house now.
Oh, so you're a frat boy now, huh?
Yeah, I know. It's totally cliche, but really, I think it's been a good decision. Got a lot of support and good suggestions from the guys. What about you? What have you been up to?
Not much. I'm still living at home and commuting to school. I ended up dropping that metalworking class I was so excited about. It just wasn't as interesting as I'd hoped. The guidance counselor suggested that I focus on my prerequisite courses so that I can make sure the credits count.
That sounds smart, but kind of boring.
Yeah, it is, a little bit. I joined the Great Outdoors Club, though, which has been a lot of fun. We've gone on 2 camping trips already, and I've made some good friends.
That's cool. Hey, so have you decided on your major yet?
Definitely pre-med. What about you?
I still have no clue. But we don't have to declare a major till our sophomore year, so I've got time. Oops, I'm late for class. Gotta run.
Okay, take care. Hey, nice running into you.
Yeah, you too.
All right, so it's a very interesting topic. Education systems are so different around the world. The way that you go to college, how many years? I know that in England you can do a master's in a year, I think.
1 year. Mm-hmm.
Whereas in the States it's 2,
or 3, yeah.
I think even a bachelor's in England is 3 years.
I believe so, yeah, but they also have an extra year of high school.
An extra year of high school.
Fifth year, yeah.
Oh, okay, so
every system is a bit different. In America, generally, it's either 2 or 4 years for your college degree. And then, it's graduate school for 2, 3, or 4 years.
Now, one of the interesting things and that I found is kind of unique to the Latin American education system is that people can actually go to college for 5 years for majors like in business. And what they do is they call it a commercial engineer. So it's a engineering... it's like an engineering major, but it's not really engineering because it's business. So it's interesting because you go to school for 5 years to be a business major.
Interesting. Well, we have something called a joint program, JOINT, joint meaning coming together. Mm-hmm. And you could do that. You could be, for example, a chemistry major, but also a business major, and then maybe go into oil refinery or, some kind of very specialized business where you do need to know something about chemistry. And that's called a joint degree.
Oh, that's really smart as well.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, it's interesting. Let us know what you studied. Maybe you went to school for 2 years. I think you can get a technical degree. Is it in 2 years?
Yeah. Associate's degree or a technical degree for 2 years.
And then you can get a bachelor's, a master's, a PhD. Let us know what your education background is like and how it works in your country.
Our website is englishpod.com. We hope to see you there.
All right, guys. Bye.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
Phrase used to express that you haven't seen someone in a very long time. Long time no see. A class where instructions are given at the first day of school. Orientation. To become accustomed to one's new surroundings. Settle into. Fraternity house, place where members of a fraternity live and socialize. Frat house, a term used to call people that are of a fraternity. Frat boy, to quit or not continue a class. Drop, academic mark. Credit, the specific focus of your undergraduate program. Major.
Let's try that faster.
Fraternity house, place where members of a fraternity live and socialize. Frat house, phrase used to express that you haven't seen someone in a very long time. Long time no see. To quit or not continue a class. Drop, to become accustomed to one's new surroundings. Settle into. Academic mark. Credit. A term used to call people that are of a fraternity. Frat boy. The specific focus of your undergraduate program. Major. A class where instructions are given at the first day of school. Orientation.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Orientation. Orientation starts in an hour, and then we have lunch. Orientation. We have orientation this week and start classes next week. Orientation. Orientation is really good since it shows you how college life works. Settle into. It took me a couple weeks to settle into my new apartment. Settle into. I find it hard to settle into this city. Settle into. My parents are helping me settle into my new dorm. Credit. I need 5 more credits to graduate. Credit. This class is worth 10 credits. Credit. My tuition each year is based on the number of credits I take. Major. I haven't picked a major yet. Major. I will major in political science. Major. I have a major in business and a minor in Chinese. Long time no see. Carl, where have you been? Long time no see. Long time no see. Hey Bob, long time no see. Long time no see. Hey guys, long time no see. How have you been?
Hello everyone and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're talking about a kind of education that is quite unique, actually, a little bit different from the kind of education that most people get.
That's right. So we normally go to school to learn, but on this occasion, we're going to talk about a different way of obtaining your education. We're talking about homeschooling someone.
Let's check this word out in today's vocabulary preview.
Vocabulary preview.
All right, so the word is homeschool, to homeschool someone. It's, I guess, a verb. Mm-hmm. And what does it mean if you're homeschooled?
Well, you think about the word school, home. It means that you study at home. Mm-hmm. But you don't go to school every day. Instead, you have a parent or maybe a friend of a parent who comes to your house to teach you every day.
So it's basically like having a tutor but not to help you with school, but to actually teach you everything that you learn at school.
That's right. And some people are homeschooled with their siblings, so brothers and sisters. Other people are homeschooled alone. Mm-hmm. We'll talk about some of these things in a moment, but let's take a listen to our dialogue.
I think we should homeschool our children when we decide to have kids.
What? Why?
Well, our public schools here are not very good, and private schools are just too expensive. I have been reading up on some homeschooling, and it has a lot of advantages.
Like what? I think that by doing something like that, we would be isolating our children from social interaction.
Well, first of all, I would be able to teach them everything they learn in school in a more relaxed and fun way. I also think that having a one-on-one class is much better since you can focus more on his or her strengths or weaknesses.
I think neither your parents or mine would agree to such an idea.
I'll bring it up over Sunday brunch.
Good luck with that.
All right, we're back. So now let's take a look at some of that language on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
So, as we mentioned in the introduction to today's podcast, homeschooling is one of many different educational options. The most common ones are, in the beginning of the dialogue, public and private school.
Right. So in most places, you will have public schools where basically the education is paid for by the government.
Yeah, that's right. So public schools are schools that are available to all students. You don't have to pay to attend them. This is, of course, in America. In Britain, the system is a bit different. But in America, you have the public schools, which most kids go to. Of course, if your parents don't want you to study in public school, there's another option that's called private school.
That's right. So a private school, as the name says, it's not really private, but what happens is that it's not available free for everyone. You have to actually pay to go to this school.
That's right. The school has a tuition, kind of like a private college or university. So you have to pay every semester or every year. And usually these schools also have application standards. So they interview you, they interview your parents. So there's a lot of different things you have to do to attend these schools.
That's right.
So they're a bit more exclusive.
That's right. Now, so these are basically some three options. You have homeschooling, public schools, private schools. And, well, the two parents are kind of discussing the options of why it would be maybe not a good idea to homeschool one of the kids. And she says that it would be isolating our children from social interaction.
All right, so let's take first let's take a look at the word to isolate. This is a verb. And I like to think of island, isolate, kind of similar in a way. Basically, to isolate from is to keep away from. So if your student or your child is being homeschooled, he or she might be isolated from other students. They're not near or with other students.
That's right. So to isolate means to keep away from or to keep separately. So like you said, maybe if you're on an island, you are isolated from the rest of the world.
That's right. Or if I live in the country far away from the city, I feel isolated from other people.
So she's saying that the kid might be isolated from social interaction.
All right. Now, social interaction, this is a two-word phrase. We usually take it as a phrase. This basically means talking to or playing with other people, other kids.
Right. So I guess in this case, it's personal or physical social interaction because nowadays you have social interaction via the internet.
That's right. But in the case of a student going to school, it would be, of course, playing on the playground, attending class. But social interaction means talking to or being with other people.
That's right. Well, and the other parent argued that there are many advantages, and specifically he said that having a one-on-one class is better for the kids.
All right, so this word one-on-one refers to one teacher, one student.
Right.
One parent, one child. It means when you're talking to someone and there's no one else around. All right, so usually tutors teach you one-on-one.
Right.
You sit at a table and your tutor helps you study. But in the case of homeschooling, the student learns one-on-one, so learns directly from the teacher.
Right, and that's different from public schools, obviously, because you have one teacher for maybe 30 students.
That's right. So that's not one-on-one. That's one-on-many.
Right, exactly.
But one-on-one is also a word you can use when you talk about meetings. So you could say, hey, Marco, can we have a one-on-one meeting later? I'd like to talk to you alone. So that means I'm not going to talk to you with other people around.
Right. Okay, it's like a private meeting.
Yeah.
Very good. So let's take a listen to the dialogue again, and then we're going to come back and we're going to take a look at some key phrases.
I think we should homeschool our children when we decide to have kids.
What? Why?
Well, our public schools here are not very good, and private schools are just too expensive. I have been reading up on some homeschooling, and it has a lot of advantages.
Like what? I think that by doing something like that, we would be isolating our children from social interaction.
Well, first of all, I would be able to teach them everything they learn in school in a more relaxed and fun way. I also think that having a one-on-one class is much better since you can focus more on his or her strengths or weaknesses.
I think neither your parents or mine would agree to such an idea.
I'll bring it up over Sunday brunch.
Good luck with that.
All right, we've picked out 4 key phrases for you today. Let's take a look at those on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So the first phrase today in Fluency Builder is the phrase to read up on. So the sentence was, I've been reading up on homeschooling, and it has a lot of advantages.
Right. So basically, if you say you have been reading up on a subject or a topic or something, it means that you've been reading about it. You've kind of been informing yourself.
You're doing research about a topic.
Right.
So in this case, one parent is researching the homeschooling option.
Right.
So he or she is reading maybe articles in a magazine or books or looking on the internet. But you don't actually just have to read up on education. You can read up on anything, right?
Right. Exactly. So you can read up on anything that interests you, or you can do research on anything. So you can read up on dinosaurs, for example.
I've been reading up on dinosaurs lately, and did you know that, the Brontosaurus is not a real dinosaur anymore?
That's right. Okay, so we've been reading up on the advantages of homeschooling, and he starts by, defending his position on what the advantages are with the phrase, first of all.
All right, this is an important little phrase. This is something you can use, like you say, Marco, when you're going to have an argument or maybe a discussion about something and you want to tell your points, your side of the argument. And so first of all means I have a list, but this is my first point.
Right. So it's a nice little phrase to open up this list of things that you're going to say, right?
That's right. So you should drink orange juice, Marco, because first of all, it tastes good. But second of all, but also, it's very good for your body.
Right.
So first of all is the first main point.
So you can say second of all. Can you go like third of all, fourth of all? Not really, right?
You don't really say it. I guess you could, but...
So you go first of all, second of all, and then maybe just go and also...
Or lastly.
And then lastly to end it. Okay. Very good. Now, one of the other points that he talked about, apart from the one-on-one class, was that the reason why a one-on-one class was better is because he could focus on his or her strengths and or weaknesses.
All right, so strengths or weaknesses, or strengths and weaknesses, this is a set phrase, and it's important to remember that these two words are opposites. So strengths, that's the things you're good at.
Right.
And weaknesses...
Things you're bad at.
Things you're bad at. And so, especially when you're studying in a school or you're homeschooling, it's important that the teacher understands the strengths and weaknesses of the student.
Right.
Because something that you're really good at, maybe you should encourage, and something you're bad at, you should work harder at improving.
That's right. So it's a usually fixed phrase. You'll even get it in job interviews. Somebody will say, what do you think are your strengths and weaknesses?
That's right. So remember that phrase, strengths and weaknesses.
Okay, and lastly, he said that, even though the idea is interesting, it might be difficult to make the parents or the grandparents agree with him. So he said he will bring it up over Sunday brunch.
Okay, I will bring it up. Bring it up. Well, you're not actually holding something. This means that you will mention it in conversation.
Mention the topic, right?
That's right. So maybe grandma and grandpa don't think homeschooling is a good idea, but you will discuss it, or you will suggest it during Sunday brunch.
Right. So if you want to discuss a topic, you usually say, I will bring it up with the president, for example.
That's right. You will talk about it with the president. You can also say, please don't bring it up.
Right.
So maybe you told a secret and you don't want the other person to know, and you say, okay, please, Marco, don't bring it up.
Okay, very good. All right, let's listen to our dialogue one last time.
I think we should homeschool our children when we decide to have kids.
What? Why?
Well, our public schools here are not very good, and private schools are just too expensive. I have been reading up on some homeschooling, and it has a lot of advantages.
Like what? I think that by doing something like that, we would be isolating our children from social interaction.
Well, first of all, I would be able to teach them everything they learn in school in a more relaxed and fun way. I also think that having a one-on-one class is much better, since you can focus more on his or her strengths or weaknesses.
I think neither your parents or mine would agree to such an idea.
I'll bring it up over Sunday brunch.
Good luck with that.
Okay, so homeschooling is a very interesting option. I think it's very common, more common nowadays in Britain and North America. But how do people
that are homeschooled go to college if they didn't go to a high school?
Well, I believe that most people, when they finish homeschooling, will take some tests to prove that they've actually learned the material that is required by the state. Because, in America, each state sets the educational standards. And so it's important that you learn certain science and math skills. And then once you take those tests, you would get your GED, your graduate diploma. And that means that you've learned everything that a high school student should know.
Right. So it's interesting because it would seem a little bit strange to not want your kid to go to school. But at the same time, there are many reasons why parents don't want their kids to go to school. Like in this dialogue, maybe the schools are not really good or too expensive. What do you think about homeschooling? Would you send your kids to homeschool?
I don't think I would do homeschooling because I think it's really important for students or for children to learn how to get along with others and to learn to negotiate and to learn to play and to also learn to respect their teachers because you have a different relationship with your parents than you do your teachers. And I think there's a lot of valuable social lessons you can learn at school. But I do understand why a lot of people choose this option, especially if the schools in their area are poor performing schools so that the students aren't learning enough, or if maybe they're not safe because some schools there's some bullying or there's some violence. And so for those reasons, I definitely understand the motivation to do homeschooling.
But then again, you can get homeschooled from kindergarten all the way through high school, right? But there is no homeschooling for university unless you do like an online degree or something like that. You can't really be homeschooled for college.
No, there's distance courses, so you could use the internet and learn online, but no, you can't homeschool for university.
Yeah. It's a very debatable topic. A lot of people defend it, saying it's good. It brings parents closer together to their kids, that kids enjoy learning, that they learn better, etc. Other people don't really agree with it. So what is your opinion? Do you agree with homeschooling?
Our website is englishpod.com. We hope to hear your arguments there.
Okay, we'll see you there.
Bye.
Bye. The English Pod audio review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word.
To educate kids at home by a parent or tutor. Homeschool. Firstly. First of all. To do research or instruct yourself on a topic. Read up. To set apart from others, place alone. Isolate. Meeting, talking, doing activities with people. Social interaction. A meeting or class between two people. One-on-one. A quality that makes someone effective or useful. Strengths. The quality or state of being weak. Weakness. To mention or open for discussion. Bring something up.
Let's try that faster.
To set apart from others, place alone. Isolate. To mention or open for discussion. Bring something up. A quality that makes someone effective or useful. Strengths. Meeting, talking, doing activities with people. Social interaction. A meeting or class between two people. One-on-one. To do research or instruct yourself on a topic. Read up. To educate kids at home by a parent or tutor. Homeschool. The quality or state of being weak. Weakness. Firstly. First of all.
Now say the word and hear it in a sentence.
Homeschool. I have many good friends that were homeschooled. Homeschool. Bill and Diane are homeschooling their children. Homeschool. Many people decide to homeschool their children because of religious reasons. Read up. I have been reading up on the Big Bang Theory. Read up. I need to read up on this subject for my class tomorrow. Read up. I was reading up on Roman history and I found it to be very interesting. Isolate. I feel isolated living in this small town. Isolate. That tiger is isolated from the rest because he was attacking them. Isolate. They isolated the political prisoners from the other inmates. One-on-one. We will have a one-on-one meeting this afternoon. One-on-one. Let's play a game of one-on-one basketball. One-on-one. I have a tutor that teaches me Chinese one-on-one every afternoon. Bring something up. Please don't bring up our personal problems with your parents. Bring something up. I hate to bring up the topic, but I really need you to pay me. Bring something up. I will bring up your doubts with the president at a later time.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to English Pod. My name is Marco.
My name is Catherine, and today we're talking about something that is, well, not so fun when it happens.
That's right. Today we're going to talk about those situations where people are trying to take advantage of us.
All right, they're lying to us so they can take our money. Let's take a listen to today's dialogue, and when we come back in a moment, we'll be talking about some of these words and phrases that you're about to hear.
I got an urgent email from Tom. He says he's in London and got robbed and needs us to wire him some money for his hotel.
What? That sounds really dodgy to me.
No way. Tom is an honest person. He wouldn't lie to me.
No, I mean, it seems like someone may have hacked his email account and sent that out. I mean, think about it. Why would he email you instead of calling you?
Do you really think someone is trying to scam people into sending money?
For sure. There's so many con artists out there, you never really know. All right, we're back, so let's take a look at some language on Language Takeaway.
Language takeaway.
In Language Takeaway, Marco, one of the first things we hear is that I got an urgent email from Tom.
That's right, so this is an adjective, something that is urgent.
It's urgent. That means it needs to be looked at immediately. It's very important.
That's right. So you can have an urgent email. That means it's very important email, or something in a situation can be urgent.
Yeah, like an emergency.
Mm-hmm,
so
exactly.
Urgent care we talk about at the hospital. It's something that needs to be looked at by a doctor immediately, urgently.
That's right, urgently. That would be the adverb. Now, we go on to say that the email is urgent because it's from Tom, and the email said that he is in London and he got robbed.
All right, he got robbed. All right, so to rob is the verb, R-O-B, but here it's important to look at the verb got. This means that whatever's happening, it happened to him, to the friend, by someone else.
That's right.
So someone robbed him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he got robbed. That means someone took his money, right?
That's right. So the verb would be to get, and robbed would be an adjective ending ed. But we also have the verb to rob, and if you rob someone, that means that you are stealing his or her money.
Yeah, if I rob Marco, it means I take Marco's money from him. But if I got robbed by Marco, it means he took my money.
That's right. So remember, if you use the verb to rob by itself, that means that you are doing the action or someone is stealing from another person. But if you get robbed or a person got robbed, that means he or her got money taken from him.
Mm-hmm. Now, the friend got robbed. Someone took his money, and we've been asked to wire him some money. Okay, to wire money.
That's right, to wire money. And this basically means to send money. It's a very old way or form of sending money.
Basically, you're sending money electronically. Mm-hmm. You don't actually buy an envelope and put some money in it and send it in the mail. You go to a bank or Western Union and you transfer the money electronically.
That's right. So to send an electronic transfer of money, we usually say you wire someone some money.
Yeah, I'll wire it to you.
That's right. All right, now continuing on, the main topic about today's lesson is about people trying to scam other people.
All right, here the verb to scam means to lie or to be dishonest with someone so that you can take their money or to take advantage of them.
That's right. So to scam means to take advantage of someone, to lie to someone. But you also have a scam, a noun, which is, a situation where people are trying to take your money.
So a very famous scam might be people in a big city like Paris saying, "Oh, I'm a tourist. I'm lost. Can you help me? Can you give me some money to go to the train station?" And really, these people, they're not lost. They just want you to give them money.
That's right.
So this is called a scam. And what they're doing is they are trying to scam you.
That's right. And so we actually have a word for these type of people. We say they are con artists. They are conning you.
A con artist. Okay, so we know what an artist is. An artist is a person who maybe paints pictures or, makes something creative. Mm-hmm. But a con is someone who breaks the law.
Uh-huh.
All right, so a con artist is someone who creatively breaks the law.
That's right. So these are basically thieves or people who take advantage of other people or steal from other people in a very creative way. So there are situations where they may sell something that doesn't even really belong to them.
That's right. So the thing to remember here with a con artist is that there's almost always a story. Mm-hmm. You have to, they give you this story and they make you believe them, and then you give them money or you give them some help that they don't deserve, and that way they take it away from you.
That's right. All right, so we've taken a look at a lot of language here. Let's take a break, listen to the dialogue again, and we'll be back in a bit.
I got an urgent email from Tom. He says he's in London and got robbed and needs us to wire him some money for his hotel.
What? That sounds really dodgy to me.
No way. Tom is an honest person. He wouldn't lie to me.
No, I mean, it seems like someone may have hacked his email account and sent that out. I mean, think about it. Why would he email you instead of calling you?
Do you really think someone is trying to scam people into sending money?
For sure. There's so many con artists out there, you never really know. All right, we're back. Let's take a look at 4 key phrases on Fluency Builder.
Fluency Builder.
So we've got 2 friends who are talking. One friend says that they got an urgent email from Tom, and the other says, "Wow, that sounds really dodgy to me."
That's right. So if something sounds dodgy or something is dodgy, it means it doesn't really sound believable or correct or legal.
That's right. So maybe I can't trust it.
Right.
Something is dodgy if it doesn't sound like something I would want to trust. And I think you can say it about a situation. Mm-hmm. So this robbery, it sounds quite dodgy. Mm-hmm. You can also say it about food, right?
Right. This food is looks kind of dodgy. It means it doesn't really look safe.
Yeah, maybe I'll be sick if I eat it. So it's quite dodgy looking.
Right. Or even a person can look dodgy. So maybe that person is not really someone you want to trust.
A con artist doesn't always look dodgy, but if a person looks dodgy and they ask you for money, probably shouldn't give them any money.
Exactly. All right, so that's dodgy. Now, the person answers by saying, no way. You know, Tom is an honest person. He wouldn't lie to me. He's not dodgy.
No way.
Right.
Now, this is a really popular thing to say, and it means basically, that's not possible.
I don't agree with you.
I disagree. And it's pretty forceful,
Right.
actually. You're expressing your opinion. So if I say, the Chicago White Sox are the best baseball team in the world.
No way. No, you're wrong. I think the Yankees are the best baseball team.
We could go back and forth. No way.
Right, exactly.
But basically, you're disagreeing.
That's right. Now, the situation evolves around the fact that someone may have hacked Tom's email account and send out that email.
All right, so the phrase here would be to hack an account or to hack a website. It's important to remember that the verb to hack is pretty recent. We talk mostly about computers and the internet when we talk about hacking.
Right.
And it means to gain access, all right, to go into somebody's account without permission.
Right. Like, so maybe illegally or like you said, without permission. So if your email account gets hacked, it means someone else accessed it without your permission or illegally.
So when someone has access to your account, they hack it. Usually they send out an email with your name. So your friends think it's you, but really it's someone who is maybe a con artist or someone who's not trustworthy.
That's right. That's exactly right. So that's the word to hack, or maybe the noun, the person that hacks is called a hacker. Now, moving on to our last phrase. When we agree with someone forcefully, like we said, no way, was to disagree. When we do agree, we say for sure.
That's right. So this is basically the opposite. In this situation, we were thinking, well, do you really think someone is trying to hack his account? The answer was, for sure. That means definitely, absolutely.
That's right. So, for sure, it's another way of agreeing, strongly agreeing with someone or with what someone said.
For sure.
For sure. All right, so that's all we have for today. Let's listen to the dialogue one last time.
I got an urgent email from Tom. He says he's in London and got robbed and needs us to wire him some money for his hotel.
What? That sounds really dodgy to me.
No way. Tom is an honest person. He wouldn't lie to me.
No, I mean, it seems like someone may have hacked his email account and sent that out. I mean, think about it. Why would he email you instead of calling you?
Do you really think someone is trying to scam people into sending money?
For sure. There's so many con artists out there, you never really know. All right, we're back. So talking about scams and con artists, in China, there is actually a very, very, very famous scam involving tea.
That's right. And this is something that you might experience in Beijing or Shanghai or any big city. I hope you don't. But basically, as a tourist, you're traveling around. You go to a major tourist site like Tiananmen or the People's Square in Shanghai. And some other tourists, some Chinese tourists, they come to you and they say, hello, where are you from? Are you traveling here? We're traveling too.
Right.
And then after about half an hour, maybe 1 hour of talking, they say, hey, we were thinking about going to have some tea. There's a tea festival. Would you like to come with us?
Right.
And you go and you drink some tea and you chat and you think, wow, I've made some nice new friends. These people are very nice. And then you get the bill.
Right.
And it's like $200 US, which is pretty crazy for tea. So
exactly.
It's a scam. These people are con artists. They build trust. They make you trust them. They make you think, wow, I have nice new friends. And then they steal your money.
They steal your money. That's right. It's a very popular scam in China. So, and basically, if you do come here, just be aware of it. It's usually young people. They say they're university students, or they say they are from another city. And like you say, they build trust. They invite you to have tea, and you think, well, why not? You know, to learn more about the culture, to learn more about the country you're visiting, and they turn out to try to scam you.
That's right. And another popular one is the artists. I'm a local artist. I would like to show you my newest work. And then they take you, and the work is very expensive, and they make you buy it. So just be aware. I think what you said is true, Marco, that, you know, you just have to be careful and have to recognize that not everyone wants to be your friend.
Exactly, yeah. So be careful when you're traveling. And I'm sure it happens in many other countries. Maybe you have some stories that you've experienced, or maybe some local types of scams that you may know about in your country.
That's right. Let us know. Our website is englishpod.com. Try and use those new words, con artist and scam. We'll be around answering your questions. Let us know. englishpod.com.
We'll see you there.
Bye.
The English Pod Audio Review. Listen to the meaning, then say the vocabulary word. Important. Urgent. To be victim of a robbery, something stolen. Get robbed. To send money electronically. Wire. Questionable, suspicious. Dodgy. To gain access illegally or without authorization. Hack. To swindle someone by means of a trick. Scam. A swindler who exploits the confidence of his victim. Con artist. Let's try that faster. To gain access illegally or without authorization. Hack. To send money electronically. Wire. Questionable, suspicious. Dodgy. To be victim of a robbery, something stolen. Get robbed. Important. Urgent. To swindle someone by means of a trick. Scam. A swindler who exploits the confidence of his victim. Con artist. Now say the word and hear it in a sentence. Get robbed. I got robbed last week. Get robbed. If you get robbed, you should call the police. Get robbed. This city is very dangerous at night and you may get robbed. Wire. My cousin wired me some money from England. Wire. If you wire the money today, it will be available the next day. Wire. There are many companies that offer money wiring services. Dodgy. This bar looks very dodgy. Dodgy. This is a very dodgy neighborhood, so be careful. Dodgy. I don't think you should eat that fruit. It looks a bit dodgy. Scam. My friend was scammed and lost $1,000. Scam. There are many email scams circulating around the internet. Scam. A guy tried to scam me for some money last week. Hack. Our website was hacked and was down for a week. Hack. Google claims that their servers were hacked. Hack. You should have a long alphanumeric password for your email account to prevent others from hacking it.